Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Good morning. Hey, Christina and Govinda, thank you for coming. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So the links to come on are here in the description, in the comments, and also in the on the timeline. Okay, if you want to join as a live guest, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. All right, let's do some japa practice and be in Krishna so that he can be in us in this transcendental form, so that we can mingle and play with the Lord. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare. Remember to give likes here. Yeah, that helps it go deeper into the stream. I guess people, the more likes here, the more they publicize it. So, yeah, you can share the grace with others, man. The gift of bhakti. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Truth. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari. Heater's gone. I gotta get a new canister. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. There we go. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama. Okay. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna. I think I'm gonna sit on this ball today too. Oops. Okay, turn around a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this computer. I sit on my ball. It's a little better here. Stand up sometimes too. Okay, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari Hari, Hari Rama Hari Rama. Okay. Alright. There we go. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari Hari. My ball. It's a great seat, this ball. Hare Krishna. Okay, here we go. Bounce a little bit too. Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari Hari, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama, Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama. Where is everybody? How come we got nobody up here? Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari. Hey, good morning, Jocelyn. Welcome. Thank you for coming, everybody. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hari Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hari Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasadi, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, there he is, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasadi, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shiva Sari Gora Bhaktivinoda. Jai, Jesus, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari Gora Bhaktivinoda, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Shri Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Haribo there, Tom. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Krishna. That's great. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Oh my Lord Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Rama. There she is, Christina, Krishna's intimate servant. Krishna Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. O Lord, you are the eternal truth. Look at this. Comes all the way over here. Great. You are the eternal truth, past, present, and future. And you appeared as the son of Sri Jagannath Mishra. I offered my repeated obeisances unto you, along with your inseparable servitors, your unalloyed devotees, your sons, your relatives, according to their devotional tastes, are the two Gadadhars. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna. I worship the two brothers, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu. I worship the two brothers, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna Shilagar Haridas. What happened to your internet? Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Where's Maharaj gone? Oh! And then there is three. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Shila Gora Haridas, Shila Gora Haridas, Shila 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 Gora Haridas. Shila 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 Gora Haridas. Shila Prabhupada, Shila Gora Haridas, Shila Prabhupada, Shila Gora Haridas. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Are we still live? Tom? Christina?
Hare Krishna, Karuna, Hare Krishna.
Hey! Hare Krishna, you can hear me. So we're still broadcasting. Yeah. Just waiting for
we are there.
We can chant.
Hare Krishna.
We are here.
I can't chant. I'm too fallen to chant. I just listen.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
How are you, Karuna?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
I think Guru will start a new program probably.
We will see. We are still live. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare.
He's back! He's back! Yes. Hare Krishna! Hey!
Yeah, there's no new program. It just something happened and I can come back on. It doesn't lose it. So you never have to go off. Okay? If this happens again, don't worry about it. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. By their inconceivable potency, they are the transcendental, eternal, supreme controllers of all. Now they have descended to this material world. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. All glories to Gaurasundara, the supreme powerful Lord of pure transcendence. All glories to Sri Gaurasundar, the supremely powerful Lord of pure transcendence. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna So, I worship the two brothers, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu, who are the embodiment of magnanimity. This is Chaitanya Bhagavat. By their inconceivable potency, they are the transcendental, eternal, supreme controllers of all. O Lord, you are the eternal truth, past, present, and future. O Lord, you are the eternal truth, past, present, and future, and you appeared as the son of Jagannath Mishra. I offer my repeated obeisances to you, along with your inseparable servitors. I offer my repeated obeisances. O Lord, you are the eternal truth, past, present, and future, and you appeared as the son of Jagannath Mishra. I offer my repeated obeisances unto you, along with your inseparable servitors, your unalloyed devotees, your sons, and that's a big explanation. According to devotional taste, are the two Gadadhars, Damodar and Narahari, Ramananda, Jagadananda. One is Gadadhar Pandit, the expansion of Srimati Radharani, and Sri Gadadhar Pandit from South India, who is Ranga Devi. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. I worship the two brothers, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu, who are the embodiment of magnanimity. By their inconceivable potency, they are the transcendental, eternal, supreme controllers of all. Now they have descended to this material world. All glories to Sri Gaurasundar. All glories to Sri Gaurasundar, the supremely powerful Lord of pure transcendence. The supremely powerful Lord of pure transcendence. He has an aura of molten gold, with lotus petal eyes, and his long, graceful arms extend to his knees. While he sings the glories of the Lord, he dances in various pleasing postures. His heart is inundated by the ecstatic emotions of devotional mellows. His heart is inundated by the ecstatic emotions of devotional mellows. All glories, all glories, all glories, all glories to the moonlight Sri Krishna Chaitanya. All glories to the moonlight. All glories to the moonlight. Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. All glories to the moonlight. Sri Krishna Chaitanya. All glories to the moonlight. Sri Krishna Chaitanya. And Nityananda Prabhu, who are the embodiment of magnanimity. All glories to Gaurasundar. All glories to Gaurasundar. All glories to the moonlight Sri Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. He is the fully independent, supreme person. He is the fully independent, supreme person. He is the fully independent, supreme person. Supreme person, yeah. Always engaged in transcendental pastimes. He is a fully independent, supreme person, always engaged in transcendental pastimes. He is the Lord of the universe. He is the Lord of the universe, the supreme controller of controllers, the supreme controller of controllers. Isn't that amazing? So this is the elevated statement, to become a servant of the supreme controller of controllers. You know what that means? That means you begin to know something about who's really in control. This is something that those who are everybody's a servant of the Lord, but how many people know the supreme controller of controllers, have some understanding of that? Well, that's only if you become a devotee of that supreme controller of controllers. See, that eternal truth. If you notice, the servants of the Lord in this world, that means the demons and the demigods, they're controlled by the controller of the controllers, right? They seem to be controlling us, or controlling a lot of people, or trying to gain control, something like that fight. But the Lord is the controller of those controllers. See, if we surrender to the controller of the controllers and become his servitor, see, then what are we doing here? We're serving the eternal Lord and his purpose, which is to liberate the living entities and to also taste, to taste Ras and to, as a byproduct, deliver the living entities. Because that's the power, man. The power is in devotion. Without devotion, nothing can be done. Isn't it an amazing service we're privileged to have in this world? To serve the controller of the controllers. Hey, all glories to the. Let's go. Okay, all glories to the moonlight. Okay. Yeah, I worship their lordship, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Lord, you are the eternal truth. See, eternal truth. See, there's so many other truths going on in this world, but it's only true for a time. People talking about politics, talking about something going now happening according to this time, this place, and this circumstance. But the talks of Krishna are eternal. That's why we still have Srimad Bhagavatam, still talking about that and getting great life. It's making saints. It's delivering people. Those discussions, because they're eternal. They're all about the eternal truth, huh? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that nice? And we're also developing the urge to discuss these eternal truths. They're always true. Hey, that's why Jesus, his words are still true. The truth will set you free. That's still setting people free now. It must be an eternal truth, right? Yeah. The temporary things in this world don't set you free. They just bind you, man. The illusion doesn't set you free. Well, the illusion does set you free when you get deep into the eternal truth. See, then it sets you free, lets you go. Maya says, I can't control. I'm not here to control. I'm actually afraid to try to control that person. He's a devotee of the eternal truth, man. He's not in my jurisdiction. That's what Yamaraj said. Yamaraj said, hey, man, don't go near those devotees. Don't go near them, and I'm afraid committing an offense, I'll be punished by the Lord himself. Yeah. So, I think it behooves us become a servant of the eternal servant of the Lord. That too. Yeah, well, that especially first. And they engage us into the direct service of the Lord. So, Freddie says, Bhaktitam says, Parma means supreme, Ishvara means controller. Yeah, supreme, controller. Everybody's just a wannabe in this world. They want to be a little controllers, But the way you really become a controller, in this world is, see, the Lord is a supreme independent. See, because he's not dependent on anything material. But then he places his dependence on his devotees because he likes to, because it feels good to him. Just like, doesn't it feel good to us to be dependent on the Lord? Right there, Christina? Isn't it nice to surrender to Krishna? Isn't it amazing? Yeah. When you start getting the knack for that, man, the surrender to Krishna, you realize, wow, I'm dependent on the Lord. And the Lord is thinking, hey, man, he wants to get in on the, I like to be dependent out of, he doesn't have to be, but he likes it. It's fun. It's like, it's fun here. It's fun to be, I love picking up my bead bag, man, and just, hey, Lord, I'm dependent on you, man. Come on, man. Let's dance, man. Let's rock. You and I together forever. That's for all of us too. I mean, if you want. I mean, that's all we're about here, man. That's all this message is. Hey, man, you wanna love God? You want him to love you? You want to have this eternal love affair with the controller of controllers, or you want to just be controlled by the sub-controllers because you believe in them? Oh no, I don't believe in. I only believe in the controller of controllers. These other guys have motives. I don't like that. Do you like materially motivated? You want to be controlled by material motivated gurus, politicians, CDCs, and WHOs who have other intentions and motives and will do anything to accomplish their secret ends that you don't know what they're doing. Okay? They know what they're doing. And because I worship the controller of controllers, I know what they're doing too. But if you don't worship the supreme controller and controllers, those motives are hidden from you. You can't know their real intentions. See, it's all who you're meditating on. It's all who you believe. Okay? That's how we get out of this mess here. He untangles the web of Maya. Oh Lord, you are the eternal truth, past, present, and future. See, it's always the same. Like St. Paul said, he said, Jesus is he's always the same as he was before, as he is now, and as he is in the future. Well, that goes for all the eternal forms of the Lord. That's why we know they're eternal. Even the devotees forms, they're the same. Srivas is the same as he was before, as he is now, and as he will be in the future. Okay? But if you identify with the material modes, it's not like that for you. You're who you are now, and you are who you identify with now as I'm Joe Blow, and in the future I will be John Blow or something. And and everything changes because one identifies with the Lord's Maya that he is in control of. Okay? When we become liberated souls, even the words people speak, the devotees speak, are become eternal. The Lord likes to hear them. The Lord in our hearts likes to hear from his devotees. Really, those who are surrendered to the eternal Lord, and not these other lords here in the world, the sub-lords, the demigods, or the demons. Their messages are contaminated. They're full of fruit of Mayic things. All they do is bewilder people. Their words disappear. Yeah. After they go, they don't give life to anybody. The words of devotees give eternal life. You know what? Why not worship an eternal Lord, the eternal Lord, and get eternal life? Why believe? And that's why Jesus said the only sin that remains is unbelief in me. That's an eternal principle. The only sin that remains in us is unbelief in the eternal Lords, whatever your Lord is. Whatever eternal Lord, your cherished, worshipable deity is. The only sin remains is unbelief in them. And proof is when devotees who represent that Lord are here, you also believe in them. Okay, that is the test. It's always been the test. It was the test with Jesus Christ. It was the test with Lord Chaitanya. And it's the test with Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta and also now. Can you see in 2021 where the Lord is working in his spiritual potency and through whom? Is it being revealed? Okay. If it's being revealed, can you see it? If you can't, you don't really know God. Not really, very superficial understanding. Oh, you must be a ceremonial worshiper, ritualistic person. Ooh, that's so superficial. How long do you want to worship like that? You're just scraping the surface, man, of the Lord. See, that's why, hey, man, you got to taste mellows to to understand the Lord deeply. Now you're penetrating. You want to penetrate into the true Lord? Devotion has to awaken. And that means you have to identify where is a sangha of devotees doing congregational chanting of the holy name. Where are they chanting the Lord sincerely, with sincere depth of understanding, okay, and truth and ecstasy? Where is that in this world? That's where the Lord is. Otherwise, he's hiding. He's hiding in your hearts. Therefore, he's hiding in your sanghas. You ever seen an empty church, empty of the Spirit? Well, I've seen so many. They don't have the Spirit there. Hey, why? Because the Lord is hiding. Is he hiding here, Christina? We're here to expose that secret, Lord, man. It's time. His secret is over. We're tired of that secretive nature. It's time to reveal the truth about our transcendental Lord that we worship here. Time for him to be known and the ruler of this planet. Devotional ecstatic worship is the truth of the spiritual world. As above, so below. So be it below here in this world. Pure ecstatic worship of the Lord. See, without any material motives. Just simply because it's awesome. It gives true happiness to the Lord and to his servitors who stand up for that. Hey, we stand for something. See, people, the eternal servitude of the Lord, when they become realized. They realize, I stand for this. I stand for devotion, because that's the only thing that's going to liberate people in this world. Devotion to God, devotion to Krishna, devotion to Christ is the only real thing in this world. The only eternal thing. The only real inspiration in this world. The only power that can deliver people from samsara, the ocean of birth and death. Only thing. Lalita, I hope you're feeling better. I meant to ask you about that, but somehow I just got lost in something. I did a bunch of classes yesterday. That's because they're envious. Yeah, envious. Well, yeah. Yeah, so many material qualities blinding people in this world. That's why we got to meditate on the eternal qualities of the Lord and get purified. See? Have the Lord take off our clothing, man, by association. Freddie says, when you tell religious persons that God can be controlled by pure love, they consider it offensive. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it's the only thing that controls the Lord, that, and that ends up controlling the devotee. The devotee surrenders to that love, both the Lord and the devotee, man. It becomes it's like you become on the same page and you harmonize with that transcendental Lord. See, people are out of harmony with that Lord, the transcendental Lord. So they're in harmony with Maya. See, that's their Lord, the illusory potency. The temporary things going on in the world. That's why they talk about worldly things in politics, and they're fighting the demons, and the demons are fighting the demigods, and all that stuff is going on. See, because both parties are meditating on what is temporary. This is always, they get some kind of happiness from that, from the fight. Yeah. Yeah, like the activists in the world. They're activists. They get activated when there's something to fight. You notice the activists, and it's a big Ross. Yeah. Let's fight the New World Order. So the New World Order wants to fight the activists. They get activated by the fight. The opportunity, and there's a Ross there. Yeah. River, I'm fed up of physical purification. I am sick and in pain. Oh, man. Yeah, well, what to do, man, Yeah. So we'll pray let's pray for River that her Lord, Krishna, heals her. Okay, so now they have descended to this world. All glories to Sri Gaurasundar, the supremely powerful Lord of pure transcendence. All glories to Sri Gaurasundar, the supremely powerful Lord of pure transcendence. He has an aura of molten gold. Oh. All glories to the moon-like Sri Krishna Chaitanya. He is the fully independent Supreme Person, always engaged in transcendental pastimes. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. See, always engaged in transcendental pastimes. See, so the Lord likes to pass his time doing spiritual, devotional activities. He passed time. How are we passing our time? Are we doing the same thing? See? So anyway, when we get it, most people, they just do it out of obligation, like going to church once a week. See, but as we get a taste for this, Bhakti Lata Bij, and associated with devotion, we begin to like to pass our time like this too. So much so that all the papers on the desk sometimes stay there. You got a lot of papers on the desk that are needing looking after. See, because it's very attractive. See, the Lord is all attractive, and people are not attracted basically because of contamination with this world. Contamination. Even there's a point. Prabhupada said this, that Vaidhi Bhakti and regulative devotional service is a contamination for spontaneous devotional service. How do you know? Very simple. Because the Vaidhi Bhaktas are not attracted to this kind of worship that we do here, the laughing, the crying, and everything that Lord Chaitanya liked to do. He passed his time that way. We pass our time that way. So what is our fault? The Vaidhi Bhaktas say, oh, it's full of fault. Oh, yeah. So that must be a contamination. I mean, that sounds reasonable and logical to me, doesn't it? So those who are ready to move on, you have to see in perspective. Otherwise, you think this is crazy. No, we're just passing our time like Lord Chaitanya did, didn't he? Right, Tom? Didn't Lord Chaitanya laugh and cry and chant in ecstasy, and we're striving for that. We're praying for that. I mean, I'm praying for that. I'm praying, oh, Lord, man, I'm in you by chanting. You be in me. Because I want that relationship. I want to taste that happiness of being close to you, so close that you take down the veil so I can see you and perceive your presence in me. I don't want to be like Bhagavad Gita verse, I'm in you, but you're not in me. I don't feel and experience that. No, I want that intimacy. I don't want to just follow rules and regulations and do empty worship, ritualistic worship, and not feel your transcendental presence. That ain't enough for me. See? So if you coming onto that page, then this is for you. This is the Sangha for you. If you don't care and it's good enough for you to go there and do nice rituals and maybe feel a little proud, oh, look at me, I'm doing fire, I'm a Brahmin, I'm a sannyasi, and look at all my followers. I'm doing well in this world. If that's good enough for you, that's that Ross of the material. Still, there's material modes there. Even in goodness could be that you're a little proud, boy, man, I'm so smart. I studied the Vedas. I'm an advanced devotee. Okay? If you're still happy with that, okay? Here, devotees are happy. I'm just a nincompoop. I'm really stupid. I'm really amazing. I'm really dumb. But Lord, you're amazing. Can you have mercy on this fool here? Can we communicate? Can we commune so something can be substantially done in this world? Otherwise, without you, I'm nothing. But with you, there's something that we can do. Because of being this connected now, we can do something here in this world that is substantial and not just coming and going. Governments in this world are coming to going. Trumps of this world are coming and going. Bidens are coming and going. And people are so focused on these temporary activities that result in nothing. These activities we're doing, sadhu sangha, every day, are eternal activities. Yeah, these things the Lord likes to even remember what we're doing here, what is being said here, because it glorifies the eternal Lord. Therefore, it's worthy to be remembered. Gives true happiness to people, not temporary happiness that lasts. Johan, start to think there are more persons who have pain. Yeah. Anyway, okay. In the beginning, I offer my humble obeisances to the loving, confidential devotees of Lord Chaitanya. See, the loving, confidential devotees, they serve the Lord's inner desire. See, the Lord's inner desire is right here. Okay? It's known here. Okay? His pleasure is devotional service, pure devotional service. See, those are the intimate servitors. They know the pleasure of the Lord. They know how to give pleasure to the Lord. They share the same heart. The Lord is there. They're there serving the Lord's heart. See, they serve the Lord's inner purpose. This is the meaning of confidential servant to the Lord. If you don't understand that, then you're not a confidential servant. If you can't help people develop that kind of relationship, then you're not really a very high quality guru. So that's the same Supreme Personality of Godhead is declared in the Vedas and Bhagavad. Worship of my devotees is superior to worship of me. Lord Krishna said to Uddhava, "Oh, Uddhava, serving my devotees is many times better than worshiping me. Therefore, I offer my worshipful prayers unto the devotees of the Lord before I begin to write this book. By this act, may my present endeavor be successful." You know, I've seen people, they end up wanting sometimes to worship or serve the Lord directly. But you know, when you serve a Vaishnava, it's better than serving the Lord, because like in the temple or the deity, because the devotee, if he's a confidential, or he or she is a confidential servant of the Lord, then they're doing very practical, important service in this world. And first service is delivering their disciples. Okay? Teaching them what is real bhakti. The Lord uses them like an instrument for his teaching. See, and they have a mouth. You know, the deity, where is the deity speaking to you? See, worshiping the Lord directly in the temple. Is the Lord speaking to you? Well, he's speaking to you through the temple. Yeah, the temple of the devotee's body, through their mouth, if they're a confidential servitor. See? You need to be that kind of devotee, that kind of guru, man. And you engage in that kind of devotee service, you're very fortunate. Because most Vaishnavas, even, they're not confidential servants of the Lord here in this world. Many are not even yet Vaishnava. They're wanting to be. You know, the Lord has to choose a person to show himself, his confidential self. Not just everybody knows. It's a very confidential truth. Yeah. I offer my respectful obeisances to my worshipable Lord and spiritual master, Nityananda Roy. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hey, Swara Priya, welcome. Francis or Sham. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Okay, so let's see here. Christina. Oh no. What's Karuna? Why don't you read us some Chaitanya Bhagavat? You want to do that? You want to read some Chaitanya Bhagavat?
Who are you asking?
Karuna.
Oh,
See you around?
unfortunately, the book's in the hospital.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Was there any other book you got that you? What other books you got? Got Chaitanya Charitamrita?
Yes.
You want to read it?
Okay. You just keep chatting for a second. I'm going to finish making my coffee. I'll be with you in a shake of a lamb's tail.
Okay, sure. Let's chant. We'll chant a little bit and do different things. You get ready. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Shri Krishna Chaitanya. I offer my respectful obeisances to my worshipable Lord and spiritual master, Sri Nityananda Roy, by whose mercy the transcendental pastimes of Lord Chaitanya become spontaneously manifest, by whose mercy the transcendental pastimes of Lord Chaitanya become spontaneously manifest. With 1,000 tongues we should incessantly glorify the Supreme Lord Balaram, because his thousands of mouths as Ananta Sage constantly glorify Lord Krishna. Just as priceless gems are kept in a secure custody, so also the invaluable jewel of knowledge about Krishna's pastimes is kept safely in the mouth of Ananta Devi. Therefore, see, safely, because, in the mouth of persons who are not qualified, they often poison these pastimes. It's like Kalya, that river gave life. That's the river of Harikatha, the river Yamuna. It was poisoned by Kalya. See, so those pastimes are in the are safe. They're let's see the word he used here. Yeah, kept safely in the mouth of Anantadev. See, it's a safe place. That's a safe place to go, is to hear from those who are servants of Balaram and Nityananda, who are the original gurus of our line. See, that's a safe place. See? It's safe there. It's not safe to hear from professional Bhagavatam reciters who are doing it for some ulterior motive. It's not safe to hear from anybody who has ulterior motives for what they do, because you become double-minded like them. See, double mind. See, devotees are single-pointed. See, like Jesus said, when your eye is single, your whole body is full of truth, life, light. See, life, light, truth, conclusive. See, ecstasy. When your eye is single on what is eternal, devotion to the Lord is eternal. See, truth is eternal. Okay, here we go. I think we got him now. You ready? Oops. Couldn't make the grade there. We'll give him one more chance. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Therefore, the tongue, which initially glorifies Balaram, will automatically be qualified to vibrate the transcendental pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. See, yeah, and so true qualifications. Balaram is the original guru. Lord Nityananda is the original guru. You got to connect with the real parampara, the servants of Nityananda. See, they are that live current. If you show respect to those persons that are in the real parampara, then you become very quickly qualified to glorify the pastimes of the Lord. That's what I see here practically. Devotees, they attain this platform of devotion by giving respect to those who represent the parampara here. And then they become qualified to chant these pastimes. And you can tell they become very realized. They become very ecstatic when they chant these verses. Hey, that's proof what's going on here is bona fide. Yeah, you need this kind of standard. See, isn't this clear? Isn't this conclusive? Isn't it like really logical? See, that's the style of eternal truth. It's better than anything else that's not up to that standard. And it's always eternal. This, what I just said, is always the standard for eternity. Okay? Because it's eternal truth. Okay? Eternal standard. No, that checklist is going to come and go in the ISKCON movement. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. That's the truth. That checklist is going to come and go because it doesn't reflect the eternal truth. You believe in that checklist? Well, you haven't found the real guru, because what's being preached on that checklist is not the standard of the real spiritual master and acharya in this world. Okay? You got to have those who stand by the truth. Okay? It's all confirmed in Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. What's spoken here is in the Shastra. What's spoken here is in sadhus. Because if there's a real guru, sadhus are made. Okay? Sadhu means love of God awakens in your heart from hearing from a real guru. Otherwise, they're not a real spiritual master. That's a standard, man. You don't know a big checklist with 6 pages of qualifications and nothing touching on the essence of truth. That is called an illusion, an illusionist. And you believe in that checklist? Well, then you get the illusion of that, of guru. If you believe in the real standard taught by the real spiritual master, okay, you surpass the illusion and you go right into relishing eternal truth, tasting it, getting your happiness from it, getting your inspiration from it. Like these devotees. You're going to give another try? Here we go. Let's see if he makes the grade. Okay, let's see if you can stay on this time. Hare Krishna.
The Lord attempts to go to Vrindavan. How does that approach about?
No, okay, so I'll tell you what to read, okay? I'll tell you what to read.
I want to read what I want to read.
What are you going to read it? What?
Chaitanya Charitamrita
What?
Madhya Leela, chapter 16.
Chapter what?
16.
No. Read Adi Leela, chapter 1.
Okay. So much for my spontaneity. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Srila Gauralida Siti Namine Namaste Prabhupada Deve Gauravani Prachaline Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Narajagataya Taline Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Right, Hare Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances to Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. By whose mercy even a lame man can cross over a mountain. A dumb man can recite Vedic literature. My path is very difficult. I am blind, and my feet are slipping again and again. Therefore, may the saints help me by granting me a stick of their mercy as my support. I eat the lotus feet of the six Goswamis, Sri Rupa, Sanatana, Bhatta Raghunath, Sri Jiva, Gopal, Bhatta, and Dasa Raghunath, so that all impediments to my writing this literature will be annihilated and my real desire would be fulfilled. Glory to all the merciful Radha and Madan Mohan. I am lame and ill-advised, yet they are my directors. His feet are everything to me. In a temple of jewels in Vrindavan, underneath a desire tree, Sri Sri Radha Govinda served by their most confidential associate, sit upon an effulgent throne. I offer my humble obeisance unto them. Sri Srila Gopinath, who originated the transcendental mellows of the Rasa dance. Sri Srila Gopinath, who originated the transcendental mellow of the Rasa dance, stands on the shore at Vamsivata and attracts the attention of the cowherd damsels of his celestial flute. May they all confer upon us their benedictions. All glories to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda. All glories to Sri Advaita Acharya, and all glories to all the devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I have briefly described the pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu known as the Madhya Lila. Now I shall attempt to describe something about his pastimes which are known as the Antya Lila. I have briefly described the Antya Lila within the description of the Madhya Lila. I am now almost an invalid because of old age. I know that at any moment I may die. Therefore, I have already described some of the portions of the Antya Lila. In accordance with the synopsis previously written, I shall describe in detail whatever I have not mentioned. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to Jagannath Puri from Vrindavan, Sarup Damodar Goswami immediately sent news of the Lord's arrival to the devotees in Bengal. Upon hearing this news, Mother Sachi and all the other devotees of Navadvip were very joyful, and they all departed Nilachai, Jagannath Puri. Thus all the devotees of Kulina Gram and Sri Khanda, as well as Advaita Acharya, came together to meet Shivananda Sen, Shivananda Sain arranged for the journey. He maintained everyone and provided residential quarters. While going to Jagannath Puri, Shivananda Sain allowed a dog to go with him. He supplied it food to eat
Yeah,
and maintain it.
you know what? I need to do a check here. How is he coming through? It seems like it's not clear most of the time. Is it a problem?
Oh,
Is it
can you
good?
hear me?
Yeah. I'm asking the devotees. Yes, it's
Here
clear.
it's
You're
clear.
saying it's clear.
Here
It's
it's
clear.
clear.
Okay. Okay. It's okay. Good. Keep going then. It's okay. Yeah, and you know what? Mainly
While
read
going
the
to Jagannath,
verses. Mainly read the verses. Okay.
I haven't even touched the
Okay.
purport yet.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I thought. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I thought that was a purport when you're talking about Shivananda Sain and stuff.
No, this
That
is
is
all
the
part of the.
purport.
No,
No?
no, it's
Say
in
that
the.
again. Okay, let me hear it.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Upon
ahead.
hearing the news, Mother Sachi and all the other devotees of Navadvip were very joyful, and they all departed together for
Wait
Nilachal.
a second. I thought. Wait a second. Wait a second here. I thought you were in
This is
Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 1. Adi Leela,
yeah, actually.
right? Not
Oh,
Ansha
Adi.
Leela. I said
Oh,
Adi.
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 Oh,
Yeah.
Adi.
I mean, you were just reading from Adi Leela, and then all of a sudden you switched to Ansha Leela. Okay,
No,
go ahead. Anyway, start. Oh no. Okay. All right. Then just read Adi Leela. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. Just wires crossed here. All right.
Adi Lila. Jaya Jaya. I offer my
Yeah.
respectful
Yeah.
obeisance.
You know what? Yeah. Go about. Actually, go start at verse number 25.
In the fourth verse, I have invoked the benediction of the Lord upon all the world, praying to Lord Chaitanya for his mercy upon all. In that verse, I have also explained the external reasons for Lord Chaitanya's incarnation. But in the fifth and sixth verse, I have explained the prime reason for his advent. In these 6 verses, I have described the truth about Lord Chaitanya, whereas in the next 5, I have described the glories of Lord Nityananda. The next 2 verses describe the truth of Advaita Prabhu, and the following verse, the Lord, his plenary portions, his incarnations, his energies, and his devotees. These 14 verses therefore offer auspicious invocation and describe the supreme truth. I offer my obeisances unto all the Vaishnava readers as I begin to explain the intricacies of all these verses. I request all my viewers to read and hear with rapt attention this narration of Sri Chaitanya as inculcated in the revealed scriptures. Lord Krishna enjoys many pastimes. Lord Krishna enjoys by manifesting himself as the spiritual master, the devotees, the diverse energies, the incarnations, and the plenary portions. They are all 6 in one. Lord Krishna enjoys by manifesting himself as the spiritual master, the devotees, the diverse energies, the incarnations, and the plenary portions. They are all 6 in one. I therefore worship the lotus feet of these 6 diversities of the one truth by invoking their benediction. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the spiritual masters, the devotees of the Lord, the Lord's incarnation, his plenary portion, his energies, and the primeval Lord himself, Shri Krishna Chaitanya. I first offer my
The amazing thing about the amazing thing about this Lord, see, the Lord enjoys as the spiritual master. And the amazing thing about Lord Chaitanya, remember there's a statement he said that he says everybody should become a spiritual master. So he's giving so much mercy to people here that you can begin to relish the enjoyment of the Lord in your own heart. See, that's becoming a spiritual master. That's the kind of spiritual master out of mercy. When you connect with the Parampara, very quickly you become that kind of spiritual master, is you share the enjoyment of the Lord with the world. That's bhakti, that's devotion. See, that's the happiness of God. That's when you're absorbed into the transcendental Borg of Lord Chaitanya's group. See, it's his, and it's like it's a transcendental hive mind. It's like the demons, they want to create the hive mind, right? No, they're just trying to imitate the Lord's, the true hive mind. You become so part of that. It's like there's the Lord, and there's the devotee, and he shows his pleasure through the devotee, and this is this pure devotional service. So nicely put in these verses. The Lord enjoys as the spiritual master. Okay? He enjoys what? Bhakti. So it's the Lord. See, he's enjoying through our hearts. See, the illusion is we think we're the enjoyer. I'm enjoying. See, that's illusion. I'm God. I'm enjoyer. I'm the enjoyer, right? But as we get purified by connection with the mercy of the Lord through a disciplic line, we realize, it's this higher enjoyment that wakes us up. See, when we realize, it's this bhakti, you start to become aware, that's the Lord's happiness. There we go. That's the truth. It's the Lord's happiness. Let me just continue making him happy because, wow, I feel really good doing it. Better than I feel doing anything else. The Lord's happiness, is his love, this devotional potency, meditating on the truth. Like Krishna said, in Srimad Bhagavatam, he said, we don't care about husbands or wives or anything like that. We just like to meditate on God. See, meditate on God and with great devotion and contemplation, and I mean, because it's so it makes the Lord in the hearts of devotees happy. Okay, so that's the eternal truth that goes on forever. God is endless and infinite. His glories are endless and infinite. We can every day, go on more and more in discussing the Lord. Okay? What does Krishna say in Bhagavad Gita? I read this. He said, my devotees, the Vishwanath Chakravarti version. He said, Krishna says, my devotees, they like to discuss me and talk about me. They meditate on me. Why? Because he's the most attractive, most interesting person. He's the supreme in every way, the most interesting person. Okay. And if you're in Maya, he's still the most interesting person in illusion. To you, his illusion is very interesting, and that's just part of his what does he call inferior potency? Isn't that? Do you want to be an inferior person? Well, just meditate on his Maya. Who wants to be inferior? Yeah, go ahead.
When the gopis, they felt attracted to Krishna, they left their husbands and their cooking pots and everything. And then they went to Krishna. But am I right? Did Krishna say, now you go back and serve your husbands, because then you're also serving me?
Yeah, well, you got to understand the deep purport of that. See, so yeah, you're serving Krishna by going to serve your husbands because you go and like enlighten them. Especially the wives of the Brahmins were a good example of that. Krishna said, "Go back to your husbands because doing that will be most beneficial because you'll convert them, they'll see your love of God and they'll start to see the truth of that." So that's very beneficial because the Lord is a Leela avatar. He comes here to this planet to engage in pastimes, to first of all relish bhakti, because that's what he does, and to deliver the conditioned souls by enlightening him to the truth, the eternal truths, according to their ability to understand. And so, yeah, I mean, so the Lord is here for pastimes. Why should you just want, that's the whole purpose of being here. So, he told, yeah, go back to your husbands. But actually, in the pastime with Radha and Krishna, with the gopis, is a little different. Is he wanted to show that they didn't care about their husbands or anything like that. They said, hey, man, we came to be with you. They just give us a bunch of trouble. See, so they show the glories of those gopis. They say the whole everything in this material world just gives us troubles. We just want to be with you. So it just shows the glories of the devotees, and in different ways.
Yeah, you can understand. I'm getting a little mixed up sometimes with when there is a devotee in this world, I can reserve them, I can help them. But when there is a person that's not Krishna conscious, then it's more difficult to encourage that person in his flow.
Well, you gotta. What do you can't do everything, Tom. What do you stand for?
Okay.
See, yeah, the bottom line is, what are we here for? What's your mission? Everybody's, they're on a mission. And when you're clear about it, like here, the mission is, hey, man, we got a mission. You got a spiritual master. He's engaging you in the confidential service of the Lord. Stay with a mission. Not everybody's into that. Out there, they might encourage them in their flow. You don't need to their flow. If it's outside of devotional service, let their teachers engage them in their flow. Because their flow is not this flow. This flow is a mission. Who's in? This is what Jesus said. Hey, we got a mission. I'm engaging you to deliver people. So you go out there and give the message. And they went and knocked on the door, and he said, well, if they're not interested in this message and they're in another flow, shake the dust off your feet and move on, as a warning to them. See? So, because we're here to deliver people, what is their flow? Their flow in what? If you analyze it, it's usually to do with Maya.
Yeah.
So they'll flow here and there like butterflies for a long time. And those who are looking for God, we deal with them. See, so Prabhupada used the same analogy. The devotees are like medics in this world. People are wounded by Maya. Some people are almost so dead that you can't get through. You can't revive them. But some people you can revive. Some people are here to connect with what we're doing. Deal with them. Preach the message out there. That's what he preached the message far and wide. Many are called. See, we're calling it. Many are called. Facebook, man. Hey, man, you devotees out there, many, thousand, we're calling you. But few are chosen. See, those few will come here if they really want Krishna, and they finally got to the end of their rope, and they realize these gurus can't do it because they're not there themselves yet. Therefore, they come to that end and they want more of Krishna. Then Krishna will lead them here, will draw them here. or
Yeah.
wherever this kind of preaching is. But I don't know, man. I think this is probably one of the few places where you're going to be delivered. If there is, great. If there's another branch on the Chaitanya tree, people will be drawn there. Where there's this kind of life, this kind of confidential service going on, not just external worship with the rituals, ritualistic, regulative, that level, Vaidhi Bhakti. This is a very confidential confidential platform of devotional service. And it's rare. It's going to be rare. One out of maybe millions of devotees are learning this right now.
Yeah. Me personally, I feel I want to learn to prioritize the real things.
Uh-huh.
I was engaged in this um, um, mode of goodness,
Mm-hmm.
motivated by mode of goodness,
Mm-hmm.
and now there's something I found a higher um, attraction, a higher goal, and to switch from one to the other, it's sometimes it's difficult. So
Mm-hmm.
you help me being clear that
Mm-hmm.
it's more important to engage in this flow than
Mm-hmm.
in the previous one.
Yeah, because you're being delivered out of that flow of the good. That's in the modes. See, still, even mode of goodness is in the flow of the modes. There's illusion there still. This is more clarity here, more understanding, more logic, more freedom. Everything is in deliverance, is you're set free here from the modes of nature. Okay? And then instead of becoming dependent on the mode of goodness to give you inspiration in the world, you're dependent on pure bhakti to give you inspiration. The pastimes of the Lord, the chanting of the Lord's name, sadhu sangha, serving the devotees, serving the guru in this way, serving that mission. You become more absorbed in the Lord's will, basically. You start to understand why he comes here and why
The
the
previous
devote. Yeah, go ahead.
previous conditionings, they are very very strong. Yeah,
Yeah.
me being conditioned to serve the mode of goodness, and then I can easily fall back to that conditioning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's why sadhu sangha is here, man. We're here. See, the pure religion of this age is to remember the truth, remember Krishna, and to remind others. So we do that in sadhu sangha. I'm remembering the truth, you're remembering the truth, and we're enlightening each other, reminding each other of that truth. And in this way, we stay free of the Maya. See, Prabhupada taught this. That's why he started temples. He said, together we're strong. Alone, you're like a reed in Maya's hands, until you're really like fixed in bhakti. I mean, it takes a while, a long time usually. And then until that time, you need the care of the father and the mother and the brothers. See,
Yeah,
this is what we are. We're sangha,
we're
congregation. Yeah,
encouraged by the brothers and sisters and
yeah,
parents in the
yeah.
sangha.
I mean, I've seen people. They say, "Oh no, I don't need sadhu sangha." Like we had just one just left a while ago, and oh no, I don't need. I can be on. I'm strong and everything. And immediately they fall into Maya. They lose the whole path. Or they say, "Oh no, don't worry, I'm okay. I still believe in what you're doing," and they're going to do it alone without the strength of sadhu sangha, and boom, Maya just grabs them and breaks it.
Mhm.
And because it's can you imagine, the Lord gives us this is a gift to the Lord. This bhakti is a gift, and so is the sangha. To take this bhakti and say, "Oh, I'm going to go around, I'm going to cultivate this on my own," and leave the devotees, block them and all that stuff. That is so stupid, dumb, really dumb. I've seen people do this again and again and again. You know, when are they going to learn? Well, I guess when they learn.
Yeah, but when they saturate it with their inconclusive happiness.
Yeah, exactly.
When they are saturated
Yeah.
with their inconclusive happiness.
Yeah. Yeah, when they see like, oh wow, the Lord has given the gift of sadhu sangha, giving this association so I can get strong in bhakti, man. You know, otherwise to conquer this maya on your own, unless you're a really advanced devotee, which is very rare, you know, you have to have conquered this in a previous life, you know, and then you come here and help others. You know, it's this is the thing. And then then your disciples get strong in association with, you know, with the sangha, see, sadhu sangha, and then they get delivered. Many get delivered. See, so this is a great gift of the Lord, and to throw that away, it's like slapping the Lord in the face. And that's the lesson. Okay, well, you know, and it's be expected. It happens. You know? And if you know, when the devotees learn how the value of the gifts of the Lord and how to maintain them, you know, basically this is a gift of the Lord. Take advantage while we can. You know, the way the world is going, who knows how long we'll have such a facility. Get as strong as you can. Take advantage of every day we have here to reach a higher level of Krishna consciousness by engaging in this kind of service. This is putting transcendental jewels and money and wealth into our bank account here every day. Becoming clearer, stronger, more purified. Okay?
The choices sometimes they're very difficult.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Very
So,
difficult. They're very strong, very strong.
Yeah, well, that's why we're here, man. Wake up. Jeev Jago, everybody. Wake up. Jeev Jago. And by the way, so Shama James says, Sadhu Sangha, must it be physical association or can it be through media? Well, you know what? People say there's controversy. Some people say no, you need physical association. Some people say you don't. I say we do what we have to do. Like now, we can't travel anyway, and so so we have association like this. And how do we know does it work or not? Well, it's working. Many people are making advancement. Some people need more physical, but you know, what are we going to do? You can't do it. But a lot of devotees are making advancement to the point of ecstatic worship. So it works. So we got to take advantage of what is available and what is working. So this is working. People find inspiration. You can ask the witnesses that are coming here regularly every day. Do you need physical association? Is it working for you to come every day and listen? I think you'll get a big yes from a lot of devotees. Let me ask Tom, is this working coming here every day? Or you feel you're advancing in your Krishna consciousness?
Yes, it's advancing very, very clearly. You're clarifying the path and clarifying the real priorities, the real value of the qualities of being engaged in the sangha, where this consciousness is very it's clearly to me. This is very this is conclusive consciousness, and they are a lot of motivations. They come from inconclusive inconclusive consciousness.
Yeah. So it's working for you, right?
Yeah.
It works. Okay. You feel you're spiritually advancing. What about you, Christina? Are you feeling you're making spiritual advancement coming to Cyber Sadhu Sangha?
Absolutely. It's to listen here every day, only to listen to your preaching is elevating your consciousness. So it's not necessary to have physical um, engagement. And
Yeah.
maybe that's my experience. And
Yeah.
you advance every day, and it's getting more and more and more and more and more and more taste
Mhm.
from Krishna only through listening to you. And yeah, being here together with you in this live broadcast like I'm now is even more and more strong. That is also what I experience. Is even, but
Yeah.
also only listening, like not being in the broadcast, but listening to you on Facebook every day. It's really it's amazing. It opens up a lot of consciousness. So that's how it's
Mm.
working.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. You see, it's you see, because it's sound vibration. And it's associated. It's kind of like we're in the same room. If you were in a room with somebody, you'd hear sound vibration. It might be a bit stronger being in physical association, but this is what we have and it works. How about you, Karuna? You feel you're advancing here in Krishna consciousness? Be honest now.
I'm not going to say no in front of the whole studio audience, am I? I mean, obviously, if Guru Maharaj asks me, do you feel great? I'm not going to say, actually, it could be better, but I'm not going to say that because all eyes are on me now.
Why not? Just be honest. This is about
But
honesty,
some
man.
people here can't handle my honesty, so I have to keep my mouth shut.
Oh, yeah. So do you feel like you're advancing or not? Just yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, well, there's something. Yeah. Okay.
Tom!
All right.
Tom!
Yeah. Okay, let me read some questions here. So I became in ecstasy after seeing Guru Maharaj. Oh, I put the questions up, comments up there. Okay, I became in ecstasy after seeing Guru Maharaj. Um, 5 times. Francis says, for sure, this long distance is very. Oh, yeah, let's put this up. For sure, this long distance is very purifying, especially hearing this every day as much as possible. Yeah, I mean, see, the Maya is very powerful, but this is even more powerful. And proof that it's more powerful, it's taken the Maya away from us. Many are coming to the point of ecstasy, ecstatic worship. So it's very powerful. I have advanced, but not right now. Well, this is the thing. You think you're not advancing by having these problems, but that's part of the purification, part of the advancement. You know. Yeah, and it's like everything. Um, See, like everything in our lives, whatever it is, it's the Lord's arrangement. Even that, sometimes that will just take it out of you. All this entitlement, like, oh, I'm gonna have it my way. But sometimes you just got to surrender. Oh, Lord, I'm sick. I surrender to you. What can I do, man? So a lot of times the Lord will arrange something so you just get so surrendered, and just like, Lord, please, you know, help me, or I'm just surrendered, whatever it is, whether you handle me roughly, or softly. Like Radharani says, whether you handle me roughly or softly, I'm your surrendered servant, birth after birth, type of thing. I don't know. The Lord arranges everything for all of us. He just gives us what we need, and it's perfect, even in our sicknesses. Whatever it is. And surrender means, usually surrender to what's going on, whatever that is. I know it's tough. I know there's pain. We've all, in some lifetime had all kinds of pains and tortures and everything. Are we ready to just surrender, and just get out of it, just tolerate whatever we need to tolerate due to our karmas and stuff, or what the Lord wants to do? Hey, Doll Barbie, welcome. All right, so yeah, so anyway, hopefully that answers Shama James' question. Yeah, and so those who take this seriously, I mean, what we're doing here is rare. It's not just like any ISKCON program or any of those mass groups of Vaishnavas or big, Christian groups. This is very intimate, very confidential truths, and people drawn here take it seriously. You'll go deeper, and I'm sure realize things that you can't just get anywhere else. It's that deep and amazing. I feel this is killing me, but I don't feel you know it's hard. Yeah, what am I going to do? You're in your body there, River. Yeah, it's probably killing your false ego there to some extent. And because that's what life does, whatever it is. There's a teaching in everything. Everything. And the Lord, is teaching us. I mean, I know that in the new age, in spiritual people, they realize everything is a lesson, whatever that is for us. So anyway, the Lord is. See, I don't have energy to service, but that is, you don't have to have energy for service. You just have to surrender to what is. Whatever that is for us, just surrender to what is, whatever the problem is, and by His grace, we'll overcome everything. By the Lord's grace. If you see that, it's not about, well, I gotta be a doer. Maybe your service is this. This is your service to the Lord, His surrender and prayer and some of the greatest saints were sick. There was this one lady. She's actually glorified all the time. She was a saint, and she had all kinds of sicknesses. She had tuberculosis, and everything. But she was just very surrendered, and So what are you going to do? The Lord has given what He's given. Yeah, see, bullshit. Yeah, I know. See, that's the thing. That's probably why this is happening. You're fighting the Lord. Okay, keep fighting. Fight it until there's a surrender. You want things, there's a part of us, that's there. Often we want things our way, not the Lord's way, our way. At our time, we want to be God. We want to control the Lord. But maybe the Lord wants to do it His way. He usually does, and whatever we have that we have to want to fight with, so that's why the Lord arranges whatever He arranges in our life. If we can't accept that, then there's problems until we do. What can you do? What you can only do what you can do. Okay. Anyway. Okay, go ahead there and read on there, Karuna.
Has the dust settled?
Yeah, I think I probably not, but go ahead.
add something to this diatribe?
Do what now? What would you say?
Could I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ah, this concept of being happy, therefore, I'm pleasing the Lord. We sometimes can please the Lord even if we're not feeling inverted commas happy. There's an excitement, adrenaline, surprise, so many different levels and moods that we can have with God, not necessarily feeling happy. So I feel that just because you're not feeling happy doesn't mean that you have been abandoned. You can embrace every mood, every emotion, and as long as you dovetail that with Krishna, happy days.
Well, see, again, you're talking about dovetail. That's another level. Say dovetailing. It means you're bringing, it's just, it's still there's separation from the Lord's real pleasure. I mean, what this is about is getting purified to the point where the Lord's pleasure awakens in you spontaneously and is very pure. It's not dovetailed. It's not superimposed. It's not mixed in with alloys. It's not mixed in. It's not rasa basa, incompatible mellows of material and spiritual things mixed in. And, so it's about getting purified to the point where the Lord's pure transcendental, that's called pure devotional service, awakens in us. The spontaneous love of God. And it's very pure, and it's no dovetail nothing. That's the other levels,
I feel that what you're showing us and teaching us is that we are the temple of God. We are walking temples. We bring God with us wherever we go. So whatever situation that we get thrown into, we bring God with us, and we can keep him excited through our adventures in this existence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But it depends on how awake you are to that.
Of course, yes, that goes without saying.
Yeah, because that's the point. When you're awake to the Lord's pleasure, pure pleasure and pure happiness, see, then yes, I'm bringing the Lord here and there and everywhere. See, so that's what it's about, and that's where the purification comes in. We just gradually, by sadhu sangha, by chanting, by hearing, by following the process of devotional service, especially in congregational, we're chanting here like this, we do. Gradually, the Lord's pleasure becomes known, awakens, spontaneous in us. And it's a revelation, a revolution, and it's very pure. You find out what real purification is. Yeah, so good. Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go soon, so let me throw in a bit more into the pot. We always, well, I used to always consider Krishna's pastimes of looking, fields, trees, bushes, parrots, all that picturesque idea that Prabhupada presented us in all the books. Every time you turn a page, there's Goloka Vrindavan and beautiful sunsets, and it's like a postcard. Now that we're in this Kali Yuga, and we are becoming more aware of Krishna in us, even in this demonic energy, we can bring Krishna with us, and he can look through our eyes, as Shama Sundar was saying, that we feel like we are observers with Krishna through our receptacles, and he gets very excited when we allow him into our consciousness as we exist. And that happiness, that excitement that we feel of going, I'm with Krishna and the shit's going down and Krishna's here and I feel totally protected. You asked me if I feel more Krishna conscious in this association. Oh yeah.
Good.
I have to bow out of reading for now. I'm going to go pick up Yamuna.
Okay, great. Sounds good. All right. Thanks for reading, Eric
Thanks so much.
Karuna, and sharing. That's awesome. Okay. How about Christina? Read us something here now, if that's okay. Do you want to read? You feel like it? I think you're muted, so I can't hear you.
I said, oh, I just do it. Yeah.
Yeah, see what happens.
I just
Let's
have
see.
faith
Let's all
in
see.
the Lord
Yeah.
and see what it brings. Mm-hmm. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Shri Krishna Chaitanya. First let me start to offer my respectful obeisances, Krishna, to my dear Godfather, to my spiritual master, Srila Gora Haridas Maharaj, who introduced you to me, who brought me you in my heart, and I'm forever, forever, forever grateful for this gift. It's the greatest gift a human being can have in his life. So I can never, never, ever have enough to thank you for giving me that treasure. Oh my Lord, thank you for bringing me Srila Gora Haridas, who awakened you in my heart and who makes it possible to share this treasure with people around me. And in that way, I can contribute to the enlightenment of more souls on this planet. And that is the greatest job you can do in this life. And we really need to be together, Krishna, together with the devotees and with Guru, to stay strong, to fulfill our duty, because Maya is very strong. Maya wants us to believe that what we are doing is insane, but we are going to become, as we are serving you as Supreme Personality of Godhead, we are going to become, we are your helper, my Lord, and we are becoming the helpers of the helpers. That's the realization I got. People who are serving Maya and who are meant to help you, because that's their position in society. They're trying to come and help you, but actually we are their helpers, for they don't have the right understanding, my Lord. And I pray for making me strong to keep in this transcendental knowledge, because I have faith in you. Oh my Lord. Hare Krishna.
It's beautiful. But that's really what it's about. See, that's the revolution when the Lord awakens in your heart. Now you know it is real. You wake up. It's so called waking up. And
Yeah.
now, yeah, see, now you know what the Lord's pleasure is, and this happiness and this bhakti. It's very pure, purifying.
Yes.
And it's what people need to know. See, that's why you see everybody that has this Lord waking in their heart, they're so grateful to their guru for that, because they know that connection came through a specially empowered person, because it didn't come any other way before. You know?
Yet, people who are in society, who are in not awoken in their consciousness with the Lord, um, they're saying to me that I'm drowning in spirituality. Yes, I'm drowning in Krishna's ocean of bliss. That's
Yeah,
wonderful, because it gives me truth.
yeah,
It
yeah,
gives me the right perception, but they consider me to be, to be fully on the wrong track, and I
yeah,
think I have to keep this person's out of my life
yeah,
somehow. It's what I'm feeling,
yeah,
and
yeah,
they are supposed to help me, but I think I ask Krishna, please help me to do it myself, so that I
mhm,
don't need their help,
yeah,
for they are not in the right consciousness. They cannot
yeah,
help me.
yeah,
They bring me to Maya.
yeah.
That's not where I want to be.
Yeah, see, that's how the world is. See, the world
Mm.
is opposed to the Lord, in the spiritual manifestation of the Lord. So they look at you, and they think that you're an illusion. They're just projecting their illusion. And
Yes.
the proof of the power of the Lord is you're facing millions of people like that. Yet
Yes.
the Lord is so powerful that when you stay close, you can have the strength to overcome all of those people projecting their Maya at you, because reality is stronger than illusion. There are millions of people in illusion going through Maya's flow, and you're one person with the truth. And it is stronger to keep you clear. And as you get stronger in sadhu sangha, you'll you'll pull people out of the Maya, because the Lord will use you because of your knowing His confidential relationship, that you know this. See, then he'll give you the strength to actually pull. You'll face these people. They'll be look like this, and you'll just say, "Hey, man, I'm sorry, man, but you're an illusion, man. This is the truth." You boldly come out
Exactly.
boldly, and they'll be toppled over by this. They'll be like, "Whoa, nobody's ever done this before." They'll be impressed ultimately,
Mhm. Yes.
because the truth is stronger than illusion. The truth, when the Lord awakens in your heart, man, there's nothing more true than that in this whole universe.
Yes.
Yeah. So awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the Lord, He gives me faith in my own strength. He gives me faith in that I can do it with His help. I need His help. I don't need help of people who are not in the right consciousness. And I
Yeah.
ask for that help, and I see, around me things are becoming more tidied up, becoming better, because the Lord is empowering me to do what I
Yeah.
to do it,
Yeah.
and not to believe in people who are not in His consciousness, because they cannot help. They
Yeah.
cannot add any value to this treasure that we already have.
Yeah. We're here to add value to the world, man. You know, not here. Prabhupada was like that. He said, I didn't come here to take from these people in Maya. I came here to add truth
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
and you
yeah.
become like that, bold. You don't need to take on Maya
Uh,
illusions,
it's
people.
true. And in that way, I also feel that I'm becoming more and more stranger of this society,
Mhm,
because I cannot relate to it anymore,
mhm. Yeah.
to the whole thing, what they're
Mhm.
where they're in and where they're at, and people do their best, but it's not
Ah,
where I am. I
yeah.
cannot use their
Yeah.
advice, even
Yeah.
though they're qualified, so-called qualified for giving advice. It's an ill advice. I
Yeah.
cannot,
Yeah. Yeah.
when you know the Lord, what is this advice? You're qualified to help me, but I think I'd better help you, right? You end
Yeah,
up like that.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
the more you keep your faith in the Lord, and the more you keep praying for help, that He is going to help you, things are going to turn out for the better in your life as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah,
Like, you know, it's
praise
like that
God.
verse. It's like that verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita where Krishnadas Kaviraj praying. He says, you know, I'm lame and ill-advised. See, lame and ill-advised, but you are my directors, Madan Mohan. See, and that's basically, it comes down to that. Everyone is lame, crippled by this Maya and ill-advised. The Maya always gives you bad advice. See,
Yes,
even the
so,
Bible, even the Bible in the what is it in the Psalms, where the devotee was praying to the Lord, he says, "Blessed are those who don't sit in the council of the wicked," and that's the world.
yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
And then there's so-called scholars, they so-called learned, they studied for whatever
yeah,
they studied
yeah,
for,
yeah.
to help people, but they cannot help you because it's not to be found in the books with ordinary consciousness. You
No,
cannot help
no,
enough. Once you are in the Lord's consciousness, what do they have to add? But the Lord can cure you, they can cure me, to see that He is my helper, that He can give me the right understanding, that He can make me strong to overcome my obstacles. And that's it. That's what I'm
yeah. I mean,
praying.
this sangha is here for those who want to wake up and to nurture that waking up, because it takes time, and it's like little children waking. You know, they're being born again, literally, and they need to be nurtured and strengthened, and that's what has to be done. So you overcome the Maya. You don't just Maya doesn't just just dash you to the ground again. It has to be, you have to, and that's why I always encourage people to continue coming
Yes.
and get strong. And when you do, and after you get strong, you want to come to this. You just think, why? It's available, man. Let's go for it. Yeah. So we're here to add spiritual awakening for people. Most people are not awakened. Most Vaishnavas are not awakened yet. And that's just a fact. If you think you are, but don't have the symptoms of awakening, well, you're just still an illusion and not ready for this. This is for people that have been humbled, realize that Vaidhi cannot complete the process. You cannot perfect your devotional service being around people that are not awoke. You got to be around with those who are wokes, the real wokes, the transcendental wokes. You know,
Exactly.
they've woken. God has revealed his himself to those devotees. Now you know who you are in relationship to the transcendental Lord. That's our work here. See, that's the mission.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We have to believe in the Lord's amazing power, in the Lord's amazing power,
yeah,
and together in the right environment, being protected, and because Maya is very strong, as
yeah.
we know.
So what are you going to read from here?
Uh, I thought, I don't know. I just have this book here. Yesterday, I wrote from the devotional tree of devotional service,
How
and I
about
thought
how about how? Okay, you thought what?
the next chapter, the trunk
No,
branches and some.
no. How
No.
about how about this great story? The yeah, chapter 4 of Madhya Lila.
Matcha Lila. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
going to take that. It's in another room. Chapter 4. Okay, just a second. Mhm. Okay. Looking if this is the right, this is chapter 17, Angelina chapter 4. Yes, I have it. Just a second. Okay. Angelina chapter 4. Angelina. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, I'm sweating already.
Good sign.
Oh. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
I'm going to give you a choice. What do you want to? What would you like to read? Chapter 4 or 5?
Chapter 4 or 5? Chapter 4, devotional service. Whoa, that sounds good. Devotional service.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. That's the essence. 339. Okay. 339. 339. Whoa. 339. 339. Yeah, devotional service. Okay, it starts here.
So whatever you start reading, I'll just have to go to the restroom. I'll be back.
Yes. Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Yeah, so thank you, Krishna. Thank you for allowing me to read. Thank you, Guru, for allowing me to read. Thank you, devotees who are here for listening. Hare Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances to my Guru, my spiritual master, Srila Gaura Haridas Maharaj, like I did. I offer my respectful obeisances to Sri Krishna Chaitanya, to Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, the Supreme Personality. I offer my respectful obeisances to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to Sri Advaita Gadadhara. Now I start to stumble. To Sri Chaitanya, to Sri Advaita Gadadhara, to Sri Vasadi Gora Bhaktavinda, to Krishna complete, to all the devotees of the world. Hare Krishna. And I offer my respectful obeisances unto Madhavendra Puri, who has given a pot of sweet rice stolen by Sri Gopinatha, celebrated thereafter as Kshira Kora. Being pleased by Madhavendra's Puri's love, Sri Gopala, the deity at Govardhana, appeared to the public vision. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaita Prabhu. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. The Lord went to Jagannatha Puri and visited Lord Jagannatha's temple. He also met with Sarvabhuma Bhattacharya. All these pastimes have been very elaborately explained by Vrindavana Dasa Thakura in his book Chaitanya Bhagavata. By nature, all the activities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are very wonderful and sweet. And when they are described by Vrindavana Dasa Thakura, they become like a shower of nectar. Therefore, I very humbly submit that since these incidents have already been nicely described by Srila Vrindavana Dasa Thakura, I would be very proud to repeat the same thing, and this would not be very good. I do not have such powers. I do not have such powers. I am therefore presenting only a synopsis of those events already described elaborately by Srila Vrindavana Dasa Thakura in his Chaitanya Mangala, now known as Chaitanya Bhagavata. Some of the incidents he did not describe elaborately, but only summarized. And these I shall try to describe in this book. I thus offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of Vrindavana Dasa Thakura. I hope that I will not offend. I hope that I will not offend his lotus feet by this action. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu proceeded toward Jagannatha Puri, with four of his devotees, and he chanted the holy name of the Lord, the Hare Krishna mantra, with great eagerness. Each day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally went to a village and collected a great quantity of rice and other grains for the preparation of prasadam. There were many rivers on the way, and at each river there was a tax collector. They did not hinder the Lord, however, and he showed them mercy. Finally, he reached the village of Remuna. The deity of Gopinatha in the temple at Remuna was very attractive. Lord Chaitanya visited the temple and offered his obeisances with great devotion. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered his obeisances at the lotus feet of Gopinatha deity, the helmet of flowers on the head of Gopinatha fell down and landed on the head of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When the deity's helmet fell upon his head, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very pleased. And thus he chanted and danced in various ways with his devotees. All the servants of the deity were struck with wonder due to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's intense love, his exquisite beauty, and his transcendental qualities. Because of their love for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they served him in many ways, and that night the Lord stayed at the temple of Gopinatha. The Lord remained there because he was very eager to receive the remnants of sweet rice. The remnants of sweet rice offered to Gopinatha deity. Having heard a narration from his spiritual master, Isvara Puri, of what had once happened there. Hare Krishna. The deity was known widely as Krishna Kora Gopinatha, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told his devotees the story of how the deity became so famous. Formerly, the deity had stolen a pot of sweet rice for Madhavendra Puri. Therefore, he became very famous as the Lord who stole the sweet rice. Once Sri Madhavendra Puri traveled through Vrindavana, where he came upon the hill known as Govardhana. Madhavendra Puri was almost mad in his ecstasy of love of Godhead, and he did not know whether it was day or night. Sometimes he stood up and sometimes he fell to the ground. He could not discriminate whether he was he could not discriminate whether he was in a proper place or not. After after circumambulating the hill, Sri Madhavendra Puri went to Govinda Kunda and took his bath. He then sat beneath a tree to take his evening rest. While he was sitting beneath a tree, an unknown cowherd boy came with a pot of milk, placed it before Madhavendra Puri, and, smiling, addressed him as follows. "Oh, Madhavendra Puri, please drink the milk I have brought. Why don't you beg some food to eat? What kind of meditation are you undergoing?" When he saw the beauty of that boy, Madhavendra Puri became very satisfied. Hearing his sweet words, he forgot all hunger. he forgot all hunger and thirst. Madhavendra Puri said, "Who are you? Where do you reside? And how did you know that I was fasting?" The boy replied, "Sir, I am a cowherd boy and I reside in this village. In my village, no one fasts. In this village, a person can beg food from others and thus eat. Some people drink only milk, but if a person does not ask anyone for food, I supply him all his eatables. The women who come here to take water saw you, and they supplied me with this milk and sent me to you." The boy continued, "I must go very soon to milk the cows, but I shall return and take back this milk pot from you." Saying this, the boy left the place indeed. He suddenly could be seen no more, and Madhavendra Puri's heart was filled with wonder. After drinking the milk, Sri Madhavendra Puri washed the pot and put it aside. He looked toward the path, but the boy never returned. Madhavendra Puri could not sleep. He sat and chanted the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and at the end of the night, he dozed a little and his external activities stopped. In a dream, Madhavendra Puri saw the very same boy. The boy came before him and, holding his hand, took him to a bush in the jungle. The boy showed Madhavendra Puri the bush and said, "I reside in this bush, and because of this I suffer very much from severe cold, rain showers, winds, and scorching heat. Please bring the people of the village and get them to take me out of this bush. Then have them situate me nicely on top of the hill. Please construct a temple on top of that hill," the boy continued, "and install me in that temple. After this, wash me with large quantities of cold water so that my body may be cleansed. For my days I have been observing you, and I have been wondering, when will Madhavendra Puri come here to serve me? I have accepted your service due to your ecstatic love for me. Thus I shall appear, and by my audience, all fallen souls will be delivered. My name..."
See the qualification for this service, this transcendental service. Because of your ecstatic love, I am going to deliver the world. So without it, we can't engage in this confidential service. So he had the symptoms. It's not just a head thing. He had the symptoms. The ecstatic love awakens, and sometimes you cry, laugh, and feel these bhav and prema symptoms. And so now the Lord can deliver people this. That's deliverance, is to wake up that Lord in the heart. That's the Holy Spirit that Jesus was talking about. Yeah. See, so it's in that pastime is inferring these truths and teaching these truths. That's why the devotee is the way. What their experience is the way, is the truth, is the real life. You see how it's always that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Excuse me. My name is Gopala. I'm the lifter of Govardhana Hill. I was installed by Varja, and here I am the authority. When the Muslims attacked the priest who was serving me, hid me in this bush in the jungle. Then he ran away out of fear of the attack. Since the priest went away, I have been staying in this bush. It is very good that you have come here. Now just remove me with care. After saying this, the boy disappeared. Then Madhavendra Puri woke up and began to consider his dream. Madhavendra Puri began to lament. I saw Lord Krishna directly, but I could not recognize him. Thus he fell down on the ground in ecstatic love. Madhavendra Puri cried for some time, but then he fixed his mind on executing the order of Gopala. Thus he became tranquil. After taking his morning bath, Madhavendra Puri entered the village and assembled all the people. Then he spoke as follows. The proprietor of this village, Govardhana Dari, is lying in the bushes. Let us go there and rescue him from that place. The bushes are very dense, and we will not be able to enter the jungle. Therefore, take choppers and spaders to clear the way. After hearing this, all the people accompanied Madhavendra Puri with great pleasure. According to his directions, they cut down bushes, cleared the path, and entered the jungle. When they saw the deity covered with dirt and grass, they were all struck with wonder and pleasure. After they had cleansed the boy of the deity, some of them said, the deity is very heavy, no single person can move him. Since the deity was very heavy, some of the stronger men assembled to carry him in the top of the hill. Madhavendra Puri also went there. A big stone was made into a throne, and the deity was installed upon it. Another big stone was placed behind the deity for support. All the Brahmana priests of the village gathered together with 9 water pots and water from Govinda.
Do you see how the Lord is delivering people? He said, because of your ecstatic love, now I'm going to deliver the world. And so it's time, place, and circumstance. So the Lord now engages Madhavendra Puri to engage others in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Even engage the village. They go, see, this was the pastime of the Lord, is the way to get them close and awakened up. Because of Madhavendra Puri's ecstatic love, they began to get ecstatic love by those pastimes. Same thing here. You see, the Lord, according to these times and place and circumstance, are engaging this fool here, doing this engagement here. So that he's designed this program that we have is to awaken people's ecstatic love and get them engaged in the transcendental loving service of the Lord, doing classes here, and reading and chanting together and sharing with others, going, just this is how the Lord works. The bona fide spiritual master engages. This is when you're ready for the final deliverance. engages their disciples in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. They and that's how you get delivered. Otherwise, you got to come into the line that way, and that's what's happening here. So people that come here, they're being engaged and awakened up and purified by this service. And it's just according to the time, place, and circumstance. This is for us because Madhavendra was at the time of the deities and all of that stuff in the temples, and he was a sannyasi, and so the Lord did it that way, and so He's doing it this way to deliver people. So people are very fortunate coming here, myself included, and to be part of these pastimes of deliverance. It's so beautiful how the Lord does these things in different ways like this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the Brahmana priests of the village gathered together with 9 water pots, and water from Govinda Kunda lake was brought there and filtered. When the deity was being installed, 900 pots of water were brought from Govinda Kunda. There were musical sounds of bugles and drums and the singing of women. During the festival at the installation ceremony, some people sang and some danced. All the milk, yogurt, and clarified butter in the village was brought to the festival. Various foods and sweetmeats, as well as other kinds of presentations, were brought there. I'm unable to describe all these. The villagers brought a large quantity of tulasi leaves, flowers, and various kinds of garments. Then Sri Madhavendra Puri personally began to abhisheka, to bathing ceremony. After all inauspicious things were driven away by the chanting of the mantra, the deity bathing ceremony started. First, the deity was massaged with a large quantity of oil so that his body became very glossy. After the first bathing, further bathings were conducted with Panchagavya and then with Panchamrita. Then the Mahasnana was performed with ghee and water, which had been bought in 100 pots. After the Mahasnana was finished, the deity was again massaged with scented oil, and his body made glossy. Then the last bathing ceremony was performed with scented water and kept within a conch shell. After the body of the deity was cleansed, he was dressed very nicely with new garments. Then sandalwood pulp, tulasi garlands, and other fragrant flower garlands were placed upon the body of the deity. After the bathing ceremony was finished, incense and lamps were burned and all kinds of food offered before the deity. These foods included yogurt, milk, and as many sweet meats as were received. The deity was first offered many varieties of food, then scented drinking water in yew pots, and then water for washing the mouth. Finally, pan mixed with a variety of spices was offered. After the last offering of tambula and pan, boga aratrikra was performed. Finally, everyone offered various prayers and then obeisances, falling flat before the deity in full surrender. As soon as the people of the village had understood that the deity was going to be installed, they had brought their entire stocks of rice, dal, and wheat flour. They bought such large quantities that the entire surface of the top of the hill was filled. When the villagers brought their stock of rice, dal, and flour, the potters of the village brought all kinds of cooking pots, and in the morning the cooking began. The 10 brahmanas cooked the food grains, and 5 brahmanas cooked both dry and liquid vegetables. The vegetable preparations were made from various kinds of spinach, roots, and fruits collected from the forest, and someone had made bada and badi by mashing dal. In this way, the brahmanas prepared all kinds of food. 5 to 7 men had prepared a huge quantity of chapatis, which were sufficiently covered with ghee, which means clarified butter, as were all the vegetables, rice, and dal. All the cooked rice was stacked on palasa leaves which were on new cloths spread over the ground. They were on new cloths spread over the ground. Around the stack of cooked rice were stacks of chapatis, and all the vegetables and liquid vegetable preparations were placed in different pots and put around them. Pots of yogurt, milk, buttermilk, and sikarini, sweet rice, cream, and solid cream were placed alongside the vegetables. In this way, the Anakuta ceremony was performed, and Sri Madhavendra Puri Goswami personally offered everything to Gopala. Many water pots were filled with scented water for drinking, and Lord Sri Gopala, who had been hungry for many days, ate everything offered to him. Although Sri Gopala ate everything offered, still by the touch of his transcendental hand, everything remained as before. How Gopala ate everything while the food remained the same was the food remained the same was transcendentally perceived by Madhavendra Puri Goswami. Yeah. Nothing remains a secret to the devotees of the Lord. Wow. The wonderful festival and installation of Sri Gopalaj was arranged in one day. Certainly, all this was accomplished by the potency of Gopala. No one but a devotee can understand this. Sri Madhavendra Puri offered water to Gopala for washing his mouth, and he gave him betel nuts to chew. Then, while Arati was performed, all the people chanted, Jaya, Jaya, all glories to Gopala. Ik kan niet storen. Nee, ik ben in een live uitzending. Sorry, kan niet. Nu niet. I'm sorry for these interruptions. Then, when Arati was performed, all the people chanted, Jaya, Jaya, all glories to Gopala. Arranging for the Lord's rest, Sri Madhavendra Puri brought a new cot, and over this he spread a new bedspread, and thus made the bed ready. A temporary temple was constructed by covering the bed all around with a straw mattress. Thus there was a bed and a straw mattress to cover it. After the Lord was laid down to rest on the bed, Madhavendra Puri gathered all the Brahmanas who had prepared the prasadam and said to them, "Now feed everyone sumptuously, from the children on up to the aged." All the people gathered there sat down to honor the prasadam, and by they took food. All the Brahmanas and their wives were fed first. Those who took prasadam included not only the people of Govardhana village, but also those who came from other villages. They also saw the deity of Gopala and were offered prasadam to eat. Seeing the influence of Madhavendra Puri, all the people gathered. They were struck with wonder. They saw that the Anakuta ceremony, which had been performed before during the time of Krishna, was now taking place again by the mercy of Sri Madhavendra Puri. All the Brahmanas present on that occasion were initiated by Sri Madhavendra Puri into the Vaishnava cult, and Madhavendra Puri engaged them in different types of service. After taking rest, the deity must be awakened at the end of the day, and immediately some food and some water must be offered to him. When it was advertised throughout the country that Lord Gopala had appeared at the top of Govardhana Hill, all the people from neighboring villages came to see the deity. One village after another was pleased to beg Madhavendra Puri to allot them one day to perform the Anakuta ceremony. Thus, day after day, the Anakuta ceremony was performed. Was performed for some time. Sri Madhavendra Puri did not eat anything throughout the day, but at night, after laying the deity down to rest, he took a milk preparation. The next morning, the rendering of the service to the deity began again, and people from one village arrived with all kinds of food grains. The inhabitants of the village brought to the deity of Gopala as much food grains, ghee, yogurt, and milk as they had in their village. The next day, almost as before, there was an Amaguta ceremony. All the Brahmanas prepared foods, and Gopala accepted them. The ideal place to execute Krishna consciousness is Vrajabhumi or Vrindavana, where the people are naturally inclined to love Krishna. Hare Krishna. The people who naturally inclined to love Krishna Oh my Lord. This is to love Krishna and oh my Lord. To love Krishna and Krishna and Krishna Krishna
I feel successful today. I don't know why.
Oh, my God. Yeah, where the people are naturally inclined to love Krishna and oh, to love Krishna. I try again. I cannot overcome the word Krishna. Oh, oh Lord. Where the people are naturally inclined to love Krishna. And Krishna is naturally inclined to love them. Throngs of people came from different villages to see the deity of Gopala. And they took Mahaprasadam sumptuously when they saw the super excellent form of Lord Gopala. All their lamentation and unhappiness disappeared. Yeah. All the villages in neighboring Vrajabhumi, Vrindavana, became aware of the appearance of Gopala, and all the people from these villages came to see him. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you, Guru. Everybody, day after day, they all performed the Anakutta ceremony. In this way, not only the neighboring villages, but all the other provinces came to know of Gopala's appearance. Thus people came from all over, bringing a variety of presentations. The people of Mathura, who are very big capitalists, also brought various presentations and offered them before the deity in devotional service. Thus, countless presentations of gold, silver, garments, scented articles, and eatables arrived. The store of Gopala increased daily. Ah, hmm. Yeah. On a very rich Kshatriya of the royal order constructed a temple. What? One very rich Kshatriya of the royal order constructed a temple. Someone made cooking utensils and someone constructed boundary walls. Each and every family residing in the land of Rajabhumi contributed one cow. In this way, thousands of cows became the property. In this way, thousands of cows became the property of Gopala. It eventually, two brahmanas in the renounced order arrived from Bengal, and Madhavendra Puri, who liked them very much, kept them in Vrindavana and gave them all kinds of comforts. Whoa, I think everybody, I leave it until here if you don't mind. And
Where are you going? Okay, that's good. Thank you for reading.
Yeah, thank you too for allowing me to read.
See that awakening of the when you read these scriptures and you have that spontaneous awakening of devotion and bliss and ecstasy. That's it, man.
Yeah.
That's the happiness of God.
We're so fortunate to be in these pastimes, in this moment with you, Guru. Thank you so much. There's no greater happiness and no bigger blessing. I'm so grateful. Please offer my humble obeisances. Thank you.
And no, it's nice to see how much mercy is being bestowed upon you. It's amazing. Your attitude is so nice, and from realization, the Lord is showing you all these things, and then giving you His pleasure, His happiness, and very nice to see. I feel very blessed to have that, have your association now.
We're all blessed. Thank you. We're all blessed. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Great. All right, Tom, you're on.
For reading?
Yeah, read the next story, actually. The next chapter.
Tom?
Yes.
Tom? I soon go, but I will keep listening. So keep listening to you, okay? As then you know.
I don't have it on the screen yet. The chapter and the.
Oh, chapter 5 of Madhya Lila.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Ilagaridas, thank you. Luciana.
You want to read it with your guitar?
I first had it's here, but it's tuned in a very awkward way. So
You can
I
take your
first
time. Take your time tuning it.
okay.
Okay,
I first had to
um,
find the text. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Guru, in the meantime, I say, if I say something, really, that now comes up to me that every will, what you said yesterday evening, when it's in accordance with the will of the Lord, all wishes are being fulfilled, and
Yeah.
that is what I prayed for, and it's just happening. That's how
Yeah.
it works.
Yeah.
That I
Yeah.
wanted to share. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. Awesome.
Madhya Lila 5. Hare Krishna. The activities of Sakshi Gopala. Jai Jai Shri
It's a great
Chaitanya.
story. You like it.
Oh. Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya, Jai Nityananda, Jai Shri Advaita Chandra, Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Jai Jai Shri Chaitanya, Jai Nityananda, Jai Shri Advaita Chandra, Jai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Let's see. Functions. I offer my obeisances to my Guru Sri Radhakara Haridas and his Parampara and Sangha. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
James has a comment. He said, "How could the priest move and hide the deity, but the other strong men couldn't?" Good question. Well, maybe the priest had help too. It's just not in the story. Maybe it says, it says the priest hid the deity, but maybe he had some help to pick up the deity and hide him.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Om Hare Krishna. I can already feel some energies that without reading that God, Supreme Personality of Godhead, can approach from every angle, from inside, from outside. He can appear in our consciousness.
Hey, I'm sorry, Tom.
Yeah.
Let me ask Karuna. River said she wants to read. Does she want to read? Maybe we'll let her read if she wants to read now. Maybe it'll help her with her pain that she's feeling. If you wouldn't mind, Tom. If that's yeah. Oh, here, let me add. Yeah. So she can read now if you want. Read from Chaitanya Bhagavat. And then, Tom, you can read. Yeah.
I'm ready to read, but
Just wait let River read a little bit. Might help her with her pain.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
You can sing until we get it. Get it.
Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Okay, I think she's ready to read there, Tom.
Sorry, I'm going to read from chapter 9.
Hey, Tom, can you see her now in this layout here?
All we see is her.
Yeah, all you see is her. Okay, go ahead. I'll switch it here and there now and again.
Offer my respectful obeisances to my spiritual master, Srila Bhaktivedanta Gaura Haridas Acharya. All glories to you. I offer my respectful obeisances to the whole of the Parampara. All glories to you. Hare Krishna. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Jai. So it's chapter 9 of the Ancha Khanda. I'm just going to start off. I think this is where I left off. I'm not sure. How come I'm only on here on my own? Oh, is everybody scared of me that I might say something to them? Because there's nobody there. Oh, there you are. Okay. Sri Gaurahari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, continued, for a devotee of Sri Krishna, well-being and auspiciousness or content or constant companions. Okay. She Gaurahari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, continued, but for a devotee of Sri Krishna, well-being and auspiciousness or constant companions, the Lord refused to associate with, even look at that person who did not glorify devotional service. One day, he asked his guru, Sri Keshava Bharati, about bhakti and jnana, which is greater, bhakti or jnana? Dear master, please consider well before answering your call. Dear master, please consider well-being and before answering. I can't. Just turn that light on. Which is greater, bhakti or jnana? Dear master, on. Oh, they're not very bright. You want the white one? Yes, please. Dear master, please consider well before answering, and your answer should be unequivocal. Sri Bharati pondered for a while and then said, after due deliberation, I have arrived at the conclusion that bhakti is superior. The Lord retorted, why do you say bhakti is superior? All the sannyasis assert, all the sannyasis assert that jnana, not bhakti, is superior. To this, Sri Bharati remarked, they do not understand the scriptural imports. True. One has to follow the path trodden by the previous acharyas. One has to follow the path trodden by the previous acharyas and mahajanas, preceptors, and great devotional authorities. The entire Vedic scripture exhort all to follow in the footsteps of the mahajanas. What are you doing? But the foolish disobey these instructions. And take to deviant paths. All the scriptures are full with the exemplary lives and devotional teachings of the Mahajanas, such as Brahma, Shiva, Narada, Prahlad, Sukadev, Vyasa, Sanka, the Kumaras, Udisthira, Prayavitra, Pitu, Durva, Akura, Uddhava, and so on. These Mahajanas always pray to the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord, asking for bhakti alone. If jnana were the superior of the two, why do they offer for bhakti? Are we to think that the Mahajanas reject mukti, liberation, without proper and careful consideration, and mistakenly opt for bhakti all the time? In the Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14-30, we discover the boon that Lord Brahma asked from the Supreme Lord Vishnu, my dear Supreme Lord, whether a Brahma as a bird. Oh, what are you laughing at? Kruna, you're disturbing me. Stop it. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. My dear Supreme Lord, whether as Brahma, as a bird, or even a breast, may have the good. Kruna, leave the room, because you're disturbing me. Is that you, Tom, talking to Karuna and disturbing me? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Okay, I'm going to just start again from that paragraph. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14-30, we discover the boon that Lord Brahma asked from the Supreme Lord Vishnu. My dear Supreme Lord, whether as Brahma, as a bird, or even as a beast, may I ask the good fortune of being born as one of your devotees, so that I may serve your lotus feet. Thus, we see that without expectation, all the Mahajanas pray to attain bhakti. This truth is sustained in the Vishnu Purana 1:20-18. O Supreme Lord, Achyuta is Achyuta. O Supreme Lord, Achyuta. It matters little in which of the hundreds and thousands of different species that I may take a birth, but my only desire is that bhakti, undeviating, uninterrupted devotional service to you. So my health interrupts my devotional service on a regular basis. To you always remains enthroned in my heart, O Lord, Hirikisha, I think that's how you say it. By the result of my karma, let me be born in any species of life. All I desire is that in each of those species of life, I may maintain unwavering devotion to you. The Mahabharata, Vana Pava 313117 state.
So River said her health is obstacle to her devotional service. I say no. I say because anyone can surrender, and that's why people have problems in the world, is to help them surrender to the Lord. I mean, Gajendra was like that. He had a big problem, man. This crocodile was biting his foot, and it was dragging him into the water, and he couldn't get rid of it. And so he had a big problem, man. It was giving him problems, and all he did was surrender to the Lord. So whenever we have problems, small or big, it's an opportunity to surrender to the Lord. So there is no hindrance in devotional service. Everything can be used. And I mean, just, your problems, your health, outside problems. Draupadi had a big problem. No one would help her. She couldn't help herself. No, you just listen. You just listen.
You don't know what goes on in my health.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know that the gender was being bitten on the foot, and he couldn't get out of it. He had a big problem. People have big problems. You have a big problem too, but you can also surrender to the Lord. And that's why we have problems, is to help us surrender to the Lord. I'm trying to get the point across that there is no hindrance to devotional service. This is part of your devotional service, and it's just to see the truth, and so the truth is in the Bhagavatam. It's pointed out, and therefore I point it out too, especially when the Lord gives me that information now. So go ahead. What do you have to say?
They were all pure devotees. It was easier for them because they were pure devotees already.
No, so are you. So there's no excuse to get out of this. Gajendra is also a pure devotee. So are you. You got pure devotion awakened in your heart. Therefore, you cannot run from this and use that excuse.
Not an excuse. I've lost liters of blood in 3 months. I can't breathe. I can't breathe properly, so I can't walk properly. I have flared up rheumatoid arthritis in every single one of my joints. I don't know what you expect of me, because I'm so fucking tired. Yeah. I'm so fucking tired.
Yeah, well, just surrender to the Lord. I
have surrendered my whole life to Him. I have, Guru Maharaj.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, surrender to the condition. Krishna's trying to help you see the truth. That's all.
I just want to live with this condition for the rest of my life until I die. You know what? If that is true, which maybe it might be, I can't cope with it. It's very difficult for me to cope with it right now.
Yeah. Well, the Lord will help you. I'm just trying to point out, that there's no obstacle to your serving. This is not an obstacle. It's not on your terms. It's on the Lord's terms. And these are the terms, obviously, because it's in your face. It's in your experience. This is just an experience of your soul. It's here at this point of time in this experience. And so there's no obstacle to, the surrender. Surrender is surrender, just, okay, Lord, man, whether you handle me roughly or softly, or, I'm your servant, Lord.
I'd love to see another devotee in the Sangha go through more than what I go through and say what you're saying to them. Mm-hmm. Say that you're going to be all right and everything's going to be okay, because this has been going on for 1 year. Mm-hmm. 1 whole year.
Mm-hmm. It's not about.
I'm scared, actually.
Pissed what?
Off, scared, pissed off, and fed up.
All right. Well,
that's how I feel.
That's part of the. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
I don't think you do, Guru Maharaj, because it's just the body. Fuck the body. It's just the body.
No,
And just
body's
do what
important.
you do.
Body's important. No, body's important for our devotional service, and so the Lord has put you in this kind of devotional service of surrendering to your situation. Gajendra, I mean, look, he's in the Bhagavatam because of his surrender. He had a big problem. You have big problem. He had a big problem. Bali Maharaj had a big problem. Everything was taken from him. Had a big problem. He just surrendered. It's all about surrender, isn't it? Whatever our situation is, we can fight and all that stuff, but that's why you see the lesson is the Lord knows what is best for each individual, and he just gives it to them so that we can become more surrendered to him and get more mercy, get more freedom. All this stuff, it's just it's tough to take. The lessons are tough, but anyway, this is the way the Lord works. If you have a big problem, it's because this is your opportunity and your situation to surrender more to the Lord. I told you about that saint. She had big problems. She had all kinds of bad health and everything, but she's a saint, man. She just surrendered to the Lord, more. Oh, Lord, whether you handle me roughly or softly, you're my Lord, birth after birth. Radharani said that. She probably had some big problems too sometimes. I don't know. So go ahead, read. Continue. You're doing good.
I don't understand anything actually what I'm reading.
Well, the Lord will help you because he's the one
He hasn't done for a while.
Yeah.
The Mahabharata Vana Pava states dry arguments are inconclusive. A thinker and scholar whose opinions and views do not differ from others is not considered a great sage. Merely by studying the Vedas with its numerous schools of thought and departments of knowledge, it is impossible to choose the right path that leads to the proper understanding of the true religion, of the true religious principles. True religious principles are hidden in the hearts of the non-envious stately souls. Thus, the scriptures exhort to the following the path advocated by these Mahajanas, the great authoritative devotional personalities. When Sri Chaitanya heard from Sri Keshava Bharati that Bhakti was the superior, he began to chant Hari Hari loudly, and in great jubilation he said that I say to you, the whole purpose. Excuse me. When Sri Chaitanya heard from Sri Keshava Bharati that Bhakti was superior, he began to chant Hari Hari loudly in great jubilation. He said, truly I say to you, the whole purpose of my descent to earth for so long is to establish the I don't know what this word is, preeminence, EMINENCE, eminence of Bhakti overall.
Yeah, preeminence. It means the superiority of bhakti over everything.
Thank you. I would have entered the ocean, feeling immense satisfaction in his heart. The Lord fell at the feet of his Guru and embraced them with the greatest affection. Sri Keshava Bharati also offered respect to the Lord. The Lord then said, once, one who does not speak about the glories of bhakti, his austerities, penance, keeping of a shiksha, wearing of a sacred thread, and renunciation are all useless. The Lord is not interested in discussing any topic other than bhakti. And in this incarnation, Sri Chaitanya himself is the embodiment of bhakti. All his speech, thoughts, activities are steeped in bhakti. The devotion, the devotees, the devotees never see him doing anything other than dancing, kirtan, and loudly chanting. One day, Sri Advaita Acharya, immersed in his divine bliss, said to all the devotees, "My dear Vaishnava brothers, let us sing today only about Sri Krishna Chaitanya, for he is the fountainhead of all incarnations. Today we will not sing about any other incarnation of Godhead. He has delivered the whole universe as he invented only for our sake. Today, we devotees are respected simply by Sri Gauranga. Today, we devotees are respected simply because Sri Gauranga has himself propagated the congregational chanting of the holy name, the most valuable treasure in all the three worlds. You all sing his glories, and I will dance. If you are fearful that the Lord will find out, then sing more loudly to drown out your fears. Sri Chaitanya was always trying to hide his real identity, so the devotees were afraid to sing about him as the Supreme Lord, lest he would find out. However, they could not disregard the instruction of Sri Advaita. Therefore, they began to sing about Sri Gora, while Sri Advaita danced with bubbling exhilaration. The devotees experienced unbounded joy as they sang about the eternally new, unique incarnation of Godhead, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Advaita then took the lead himself in singing his own composition. He sang, "Sri Chaitanya is none other than Narayan, the ocean of mercy, friend to distress and suffering. Please, Lord, be kind to me." For the devotees has let, sorry, Ram. Sri Advaita then took the lead himself in singing his own composition. He sang, "Sri Chaitanya is none other than Narayan, the ocean of mercy, friend to the distressed and suffering. Please, Lord, be kind to me." Other devotees, as led by him, sang, all glory to Sachinanda, the son of Sri Sachimata. All glory to Sri Gaurachandra, the Supreme Lord, the Lord of Vaikuntha. All glory to Gaura Gopala, who loves Sankirtan, who is the beloved of the devotees, and who is death personified to the atheistic demons. Sri Advaita danced, oblivious to the external world, and the devotees glorified the transcendental qualities and activities of Sri Chaitanya. Oh, see how Sri Chaitanya, the Supreme Lord, the Supreme Godhead, sings in jubilation and rolls in the dust in ecstasy. He is the Lord of Vaikuntha, but he incarnated as a Brahman to propagate and himself relish Sankirtan. His bodily luster puts the brilliance of gold to shame. His beauty is a matchless sight. His hands extend down to his knees. He wears the robe of a renunciate and becomes inumbrated with the ambrosia of his divine self. How skillfully he dances. Then Sri Advaita began to sing another composition of his own, All Victory to Sri Gaurasundra, the even expanding ocean of compassion. All glory to the Prince of Vrindavan. Yet now he has appeared as the hero of Navadvip. Kindly offer me the cooling shade of your lotus feet. Gradually picking up in tempo, the Kirtan built up the devotees experiencing increasing joy, and Sri Advaita danced tirelessly, thinking only of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya. The compositions were new to the devotees, so they enjoyed the Kirtan even more, the ecstasy that descends upon the the devotees is indescribable. Only Sri Nityananda could fully narrate this wonderful happening. Hearing loudly and clearly the full-throated Kirtan, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, the crest jewel of all sannyasis, arrived at the venue. The Lord beheld a magnificent scene where the devotees were radiant with divine bliss as Sri Advaita danced in ecstasy. The devotees felt no fear, and they loudly and openly sang his glories, and he stood in their person. Sri Chaitanya had always maintained a mood of humble servitorship to the Supreme Lord. He always repeated, I am the servant of Lord Sri Krishna. No one had ever danced to call him the Supreme Lord in his presence. However, now, on the strength of the potency and position of Sri Advaita, the devotees sang fearlessly, glorifying Sri Chaitanya as the Supreme Godhead. Listening to his own glorification for a short while, he seemed to feel ashamed. The Supreme Lord is the original Shiksha Guru, instructing spiritual master of the universe, and therefore he quietly left the venue just to teach everyone the proper etiquette. This, however, did not deter the devotees from singing even more loudly and gloriously of Sri Chaitanya. I'm going to finish now. I feel tired. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, that was a beautiful verse. Thank you very much for reading that. It's like the Lord is showing, like by his own example, the preeminence of devotion, how important it is. He didn't do anything but that. Just glorifying that, and he didn't like to hear anything about that. And the devotees thought, just because we're his followers, because we assist him in this work, important work, we get so much respect. We're respected in this world. And that's really how it is. The Lord, this work is the Lord's work. It started 550 years ago, and the devotees continue it, glorifying that bhakti, pure bhakti. This kind of awakenings, you see people reading Chaitanya Charitamrita or Chaitanya Bhagavat and the Lord in their heart awakening. This is the work of the Lord, of this incarnation. And the devotees could see that. They said, what an amazing incarnation to appear in such a very beautiful, wonderful way, teaching the essence of everything, which is this bhakti, this devotion. No other incarnation did it like this. It made it so clear, and so we're really fortunate to be a part of that work. revealing what is very close to the heart now in this world, because it'll save everybody. Anybody can accept the association of the Lord's devotees and learn about the most important treasure in this world. He's made it very, very clear, and it becomes even more clear discussing the Lord's mission and his and what was important to him, this pure bhakti. So we're fortunate. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Chapter 5.
Can you read where she left off?
Not yet. If you, I have chapter 5 before me, so I have to switch.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. No, just read chapter 5. You have it before you. Go ahead. That's a beautiful pastime.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. I already said the invocation. Hare Krishna. Whoa. Okay. Hare Krishna. Whoa. Hare Krishna. Whoa. Okay. Chapter 5. The activities of Sakshi Gopal. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Jai Shri Guru. Srila Gaura Haridas. Guru Vaishnava Bhagwan. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Brahmanya Deva, who appeared as Sakshi Gopal to benefit a Brahmana. For 100 days he traveled through the country, walking on his own legs. Thus his activities are wonderful. For 100 days he traveled through the country, walking on his own legs. Thus his activities are wonderful. All glories to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Oh. All glories to Sri Advaita Prabhu. And all glories to all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Walking and walking, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his party finally arrived at Yajapura on the river Vaitarani. There he saw the temple of Varadeva and offered his obeisances unto him. In the temple of Varadeva, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in chanting and dancing and offered prayers. He passed that night in the temple. Afterwards, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the town of Katak to see the temple of the witness Gopal. When he saw the deity of Gopala, he was very much pleased by his beauty. When he saw the deity of Gopala, he was very much pleased by his beauty. Oh, Krishna, Krishna. Oh. Here I feel he can see the complete real beauty of the transcendental Gopala. While there, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in chanting and dancing for some time, and being overwhelmed, he offered many prayers to Gopal. That night, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stayed in the temple of Gopala, and along with all the devotees, he heard the narration of the witness Gopala with great pleasure. And along with all the devotees, he heard the narration of the witness Gopala with great pleasure. Wow. Previously, when Nityananda Prabhu had toured all over India to see different places of pilgrimage, he also had come to see Shakshi Gopal at Katak. Previously, when Nityananda Prabhu had toured all over India to see different places of pilgrimage, he also had come to see Sakshi Gopal at Katak. At that time, Nityananda Prabhu had heard the story of Sakshi Gopal from the townspeople. He now recited this again. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard the narration with great pleasure. Formerly at Vidyanagar in South India, there were two Brahmanas who made a long tour to see different places of pilgrimage. Formerly at Vidyanagar in South India, there were two Brahmanas who made a long tour to see different places of pilgrimage. First of all, they visited Gaya, then Kashi, then Prayag. Finally, with great pleasure, they came to Mathura. After reaching Mathura, they started visiting the different forests of Vrindavan and came to Govardhan Hill. They visited all 12 forests, Vanas, and at last came to the town of Vrindavan. In the village of Panchakroshi, Vrindavan, at the site where the Govinda temple is now situated, there was a great temple where gorgeous worship of Gopala was performed. So in the village of Panchakroshi, Vrindavan, at the site where the Govinda temple is now situated, there was a great temple where gorgeous worship of Gopala was performed. After taking baths at different bathing places along the river Yamuna, such as Keshi Ghat and Kaliya Ghat, the pilgrims visited the temple of Gopala. Afterwards, they took rest in that temple. The beauty of the Gopala deity stole away their minds. The beauty of the Gopala deity stole away their minds. Wow. And feeling great happiness, they remained there for 2 or 4 days. Wow. This beauty of the Gopala deity, it's transcendental, so it's beyond time. That's what I feel. It's beyond time. So there are stories, there are pastimes, they are merging into each other beyond time because of the transcendental beauty in this Gopala. Wow. One of the two Brahmanas was an old man, and the other was young. One of the two Brahmanas was an old man, and the other was young. The young man was assisting the old one. Indeed, the young Brahmana always rendered service to the older one. The old man, being very satisfied with his service, was pleased with him. The older man told the younger, "You have rendered various types of service unto me. You have assisted me in traveling to all these places of pilgrimage. Even my own son does not render such service. Even my own son does not render such service. By your mercy, I did not become fatigued while on this tour. By your mercy, I did not become fatigued while on this tour." Hare Krishna. Oh, if I did not show you any respect, I would be ungrateful. If I did not show you any respect, I would be ungrateful. Therefore, I promise to give you my daughter in charity. Therefore, I promise to give you my daughter in charity. The younger Brahmana replied, "My dear sir, please hear me. You are saying something very unusual. Such a thing never happens. My dear sir, please hear me. You are saying something very unusual. Such a thing never happens. You are a most aristocratic family man, well educated and very rich. I'm not at all aristocratic, and I'm without a decent education and have no wealth. Sir, I'm not a suitable bridegroom for your daughter. Sir, I'm not a suitable bridegroom for your daughter. I render service to you only for the satisfaction of Krishna. I render service to you only for the satisfaction of Krishna. Lord Krishna is very much pleased by service rendered to Brahmanas. Lord Krishna is very much pleased by service rendered to Brahmanas. And when the Lord is pleased, the opulence of one's devotional service increases. And when the Lord is pleased, the opulence of one's devotional service increases. And when the Lord is pleased, the opulence of one's devotional service increases. The older Brahmana replied, "My dear boy, do not doubt me. I will give you my daughter in charity. I have already decided this." The younger Brahmana said, "You have a wife and sons, and you have a large circle of relatives and friends." The young Brahmana said, "You have wife and sons, and you have a large circle of relatives and friends. Without the consent of all your friends and relatives, it is not possible to give me your daughter in charity. Just consider the story of Queen Rukmini and her father, Bhishmaka. King Bhishmaka wanted..." There we have a story in the story in the story. King Bhishmaka wanted to give his daughter, Rukmini, in charity to Krishna. King Bhishmaka wanted to give his daughter, Rukmini, in charity to Krishna. But Rukmi, his eldest son, objected. Therefore, he could not carry out his decision. The elderly Brahmana said, "My daughter is my own property." The elderly Brahmana said, "My daughter is my own property. If I choose to give my property to someone, who has the power to stop me? My dear boy, I will give my daughter to you in charity, and I will neglect the position of all others. Don't doubt me in this regard. Just accept my proposal." The younger Brahmana replied, "If you have decided to give your young daughter to me, then say so before the Gopala deity." Whoa, okay. The younger Brahmana replied, "If you have decided to give your young daughter to me, then say so before the Gopala deity." Coming before Gopala, the elderly Brahmana said, "My dear Lord, please witness that I have given my daughter to this boy." Then the younger Brahmana addressed the deity, saying, "My dear Lord, you are my witness. I shall call for you to testify if it is necessary later on." After these talks, the two Brahmanas started for home. As usual, the young Brahmana accompanied the elderly Brahmana, as if the older Brahmana were a guru, and rendered him service in various ways. After returning to Vijayanagar, each Brahmana went to his respective home. After returning to Vijayanagar, each Brahmana went to his respective home. After some time, the elderly Brahmana became very anxious. He began to think, "I have given my word to a Brahmana in a holy place, and what I promised will certainly come to pass. I must now disclose this to my wife, sons, other relatives, and friends." Thus, one day, the elderly Brahmana called for a meeting of all his relatives and friends. Thus, one day, the elderly Brahmana called for a meeting of all his relatives and friends, and before them all, he narrated what had taken place in front of Gopala. When those who belonged to the family circle heard the narration of the old Brahmana, they made exclamations showing their disappointment. They all requested that he not make such a proposal again. They unanimously agreed. If you offer your daughter to a degraded family, your aristocracy will be lost. When people hear of this, they will make jokes and laugh at you. The elderly Brahmana said, "How can I undo the promise I made in a holy place while on pilgrimage? Whatever may happen, I must give him my daughter in charity." The relatives unanimously said, "If you give your daughter to that boy, we shall give up all connection with you." Indeed, his wife and sons declared, "If such a thing happens, we shall take poison and die." The elderly Brahmana said, "If I do not give my daughter to the young Brahmana, he will call Sri Gopalaji as a witness. Thus he will take my daughter by force. And in that case, my religious principles will become meaningless." His son replied, the deity may be a witness. The deity may be a witness, but he is in a distant country. Huh? How can he come to bear witness against you? Why are you so anxious over this? Okay. The deity may be a witness, but he is in a distant country. How can he come to bear witness against you? Why are you so anxious over this? You do not have to flatly deny that you spoke such a thing. There is no need to make a false statement. Simply say that you do not remember what you said. You simply say, I do not remember. I shall take care of the rest. By argument, I shall defeat the younger Brahmana. By argument, I shall defeat the younger Brahmana. When the elderly Brahmana heard this, his mind became very much agitated. Feeling helpless, he simply turned his attention to the lotus feet of Gopala. The elderly Brahmana prayed, my dear Lord Gopala, I have taken shelter of your lotus feet, and therefore I request you to please protect my religious principles from disturbance. My dear Lord Gopala, I have taken shelter of your lotus feet, and therefore I request you to please protect my religious principles from disturbance, and at the same time save my kinsman from dying. The next day, the elderly Brahmana was thinking deeply about this matter when the younger Brahmana came to his house. The young Brahmana came to him and offered respectful obeisances. Then, very humbly, folding his hands, he spoke as follows. You have promised to give your daughter in charity to me. You have promised to give your daughter in charity to me. Now you do not say anything. Now you do not say anything. What is your conclusion? After the young Brahmana submitted this statement, the elderly Brahmana remained silent. Taking this opportunity, his son immediately came out with a stick to strike the younger man. Taking this opportunity, his son immediately came out with a stick to strike the younger man. The son said, "Oh, you are the most degraded. You want to marry my sister, just like a dwarf who wants to catch the moon. Just like a dwarf who wants to catch the moon." Seeing a stick in the hand of the son, the younger Brahmana fled. The next day, however, he gathered together all the people of the village. All the people of the village then called for the elderly Brahmana and brought him to their meeting place. The young Brahmana then began to speak before them as follows. This gentleman has promised to hand over his daughter to me. This gentleman has promised to hand over his daughter to me. Yet now he does not follow his promise. Please ask him about his behavior. All the people gathered there asked the elderly Brahmana. All the people gathered there asked the elderly Brahmana. If you have already promised to give him your daughter in charity, why are you not fulfilling your promise? You have given your word of honor. The elderly Brahmana said, my dear friends, please hear what I have to submit. I do not exactly remember making a promise like that. I do not exactly remember making a promise like that. When the elderly Brahmana's son heard this, he took the opportunity to juggle some words, becoming very impudent. He stood before the assembly and spoke as follows. While touring various holy places of pilgrimage, my father carried much money. Seeing the money, this rogue decided to take it away. There was no one besides this man with my father. Giving him an intoxicant known as Tutura to eat, this rogue made my father mad. Having taken all my father's money, this rogue claimed that it was taken by some thief. Now he's claiming that my father had promised to give him his daughter in charity. All of you assembled here are gentlemen. Please judge whether it is befitting to offer this poor Brahmana my father's daughter. Hearing all these statements, all the people gathered there became a little doubtful. Wow. Hearing all these statements, all the people gathered there became a little doubtful. They thought it quite possible that because of attraction for riches, one might give up his religious principles. Wow. They thought it's quite possible that because of attraction for riches, one might give up his religious principles. They thought it's quite possible that because of attraction for riches, one might give up his religious principles. At that time, the young Brahmana said, my dear gentlemen, please hear. Just to gain victory in an argument, this man is lying. So, at that time, the young Brahmana said, my dear gentlemen, please hear. Just to gain victory in an argument, this man is lying. Being very satisfied with my service, this Brahmana said to me, of his own accord, I promise to hand over my daughter to you. At that time, I forbade him to do this, telling him, O best of the Brahmanas, I'm not a fit husband for your daughter. Whereas you are a learned scholar, a rich man belonging to an aristocratic family, I'm a poor man, uneducated, and with no claim to aristocracy. Still, this Brahmana insisted, and again, he asked me to accept his proposal, saying, I have given you my daughter. Please accept her. I then said, please hear. You are a learned Brahmana. Your wife, friends, and relatives will never agree to this proposal. My dear sir, you will not be able to fulfill your promise. Your promise will be broken. Yet again and again, the Brahmana emphasized his promise. I have offered you my daughter. Do not hesitate. She is my daughter, and she's my daughter, and I shall give her to you. Who can forbid me? At that time I concentrated my mind and requested the Brahmana to make the promise before the Gopala deity. At that time I concentrated my mind and requested the Brahmana to make the promise before the Gopala deity. Then this gentleman said in front of the Gopala deity, "My dear Lord, please bear witness." Then this gentleman said in front of the Gopala deity, "My dear Lord, please bear witness. I have offered my daughter to this Brahmana in charity." Accepting the Gopala deity as my witness, I then submitted the following at his lotus feet. If this Brahmana later hesitates to give me his daughter, my dear Lord, I shall call on you as a witness. Please note this with care and attention. Thus I have called upon a great personality in this transaction. I have asked the Supreme Godhead to be my witness. I have asked the Supreme Godhead to be my witness. The entire world accepts the words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Taking this opportunity, the elderly Brahmana immediately confirmed that this was really true. He said, "If Gopala personally comes here to serve as a witness, I shall surely give my daughter to the young Brahmana. I shall surely give my daughter to the young Brahmana. If Gopala personally comes here to serve as a witness, I shall surely give my daughter to the young Brahmana." The elderly Brahmana thought, since Lord Krishna is very merciful, he will certainly come to prove my statement. The atheistic son thought, it is not possible for Gopala to come and bear witness. Thinking thus, the father and the son agreed. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. The young Brahmana took this opportunity to speak. "Please write this down on paper in black and white, so that you may not again change your word of honor." All the assembled people got this statement down in black and white, and taking the signatures of agreement from both of them, served as the mediators. The young Brahmana then said, "Will all you gentlemen present please hear me? Will all you gentlemen present please hear me? This elderly Brahmana is certainly truthful and is following religious principles. He had no desire to break his promise, but fearing that his kinsman would commit suicide, he deviated from the truth. By the piety of the elderly Brahmana, I shall call the Supreme Personality of Godhead as a witness. Thus I shall keep his truthful promise intact." Hearing the emphatic statement of the younger Brahmana, some atheists in the meeting began to cut jokes. However, someone else said, "After all, the Lord is merciful, and if he likes, he can come." After all, the Lord is merciful, and if he likes, he can come. After the meeting, the young Brahmana started for Vrindavan. After the meeting, the young Brahmana started for Vrindavan. Upon arriving there, he first offered his respectful obeisances to the deity and then narrated everything in full detail. He said, "My lord, you are the protector of Brahminical culture, and you are also very merciful. Therefore, kindly show your great mercy by protecting the religious principles of us two Brahmanas. My dear Lord, I'm not thinking to become happy by getting the daughter as a bride. My dear Lord, I'm not thinking to become happy by getting the daughter as a bride. I'm simply thinking that the Brahmana has broken his promise, and that is giving me great pain. I'm simply thinking that the Brahmana has broken his promise, and that is giving me great pain." The young Brahmana continued, "My dear sir, you are very merciful, and you know everything. Therefore, kindly be a witness in this case. A person who knows things as they are and still does not bear witness becomes involved in sinful activities." Wow. A person who knows things as they are and still does not bear witness becomes involved in sinful activity. A person who knows things as they are and still does not bear witness becomes involved in sinful activities. Hare Krishna. Or Lord Krishna replied, "My dear Brahmana, go back to your home and call a meeting of all the men." Lord Krishna replied, "My dear Brahmana, go back to your home and call a meeting of all the men. In that meeting, just try to remember me. In that meeting, just try to remember me. I shall certainly appear there, and at that time I shall protect the honor of both you Brahmanas by bearing witness to the promise. I shall certainly appear there, and at that time I shall protect the honor of both of you Brahmanas by bearing witness to the promise." The young Brahmana replied, "My dear sir, even if you appear there as a four-handed Vishnu deity, still none of those people will believe in your words. Only if you go there in this form of Gopala and speak the words from your beautiful face will your testimony be heard by all the people." Lord Krishna said, "I've never heard of a deity walking from one place to another." The Lord Krishna said, "I've never heard of deities walking from one place to another. My dear Lord, you are not a statue. You are directly the son of Maharaj Nanda. Now, for the sake of the old Brahmana, you can do something you never done before. You have never done before." Shri Gopalaji then smiled and said, "My dear Brahmana, just listen to me. My dear Brahmana, just listen to me. I shall walk behind you, and in this way I shall go with you." The Lord continued, "Do not try to see me by turning around. Do not try to see me by turning around. As soon as you see me, I shall remain stationary in that very place. As soon as you see me, I shall remain stationary in that very place. You will know that I am walking behind you by the sound of my ankle bells. You will know that I am walking behind you by the sound of my ankle bells. You will know that I am walking behind you by the sound of my ankle bells. Cook 1 kilo of rice daily and offer it. Cook 1 kilo of rice daily and offer it. I shall eat that rice and follow behind you. The next day the Brahmana begged permission from Gopal and started for his country. Gopala followed him step by step. Gopala followed him step by step. While Gopala followed the younger Brahmana, the tingling sounds of his ankle bells could be heard. The tinkling sound of his ankle bells could be heard. The Brahmana became very pleased, and he cooked first-class rice for Gopala to eat. The younger Brahmana walked and walked in this way until he eventually arrived in his own country. When he neared his own village, he began to think as follows: I have now come to my village, and I shall go to my home and tell all the people that the witness has arrived. Wow. The Brahmana then began to think that if the people didn't directly see the Gopala deity, they would not believe that he had arrived. But even if Gopala stays here, he thought, there is still nothing to fear. Thinking this, the Brahmana turned to look back, and he saw that Gopala, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was standing there smiling. The Lord told to the Brahmana, now you can go home. I shall stay here and shall not leave. The young Brahmana then went to the town and informed all the people about Gopala's arrival. Hearing this, the people were struck with wonder. Oh, while I'm reading this, I feel a lot of emotions, a lot of feelings, a lot of presence. All the townspeople I feel alone and together with you at the same time. Hare Krishna. Oh, it's strange. All the townspeople went to see the witness Gopala. All the townspeople went to see the witness Gopala. All the townspeople went to see the witness Gopala. And when they saw the Lord actually standing there, they all offered their respectful obeisances. When the people arrived, they were very pleased to see the beauty of Gopala. And when they heard that he had actually walked there, they were all surprised. Then the elderly Brahmana, being very pleased, came forward and immediately fell like a stick in front of Gopala. Thus, in the presence of all the townspeople, Lord Gopala bore witness that the elderly Brahmana had offered his daughter in charity to the young Brahmana. Well, after the marriage ceremony was performed, the Lord informed both Brahmanas. After the marriage ceremony was performed, the Lord informed both Brahmanas. You two Brahmanas are my eternal servants, birth after birth. After the marriage ceremony was performed, the Lord informed both Brahmanas, you both Brahmanas are my eternal servants, birth after birth. The Lord continued, I have become very much pleased by the truthfulness of you both. I have become very much pleased by the truthfulness of you both. Now you can ask for a benediction. Thus, with great pleasure, two Brahmanas begged for a benediction. The Brahmana said, please remain here so that people all over the world will know how merciful you are to your servants. Lord Gopala stayed, and the two Brahmanas engaged in his service. And the two Brahmanas engaged in his service. After hearing of the incident, many people from different countries began to come to see Gopala. Eventually, the king of that country heard this wonderful story, and he also came to see Gopala, and thus became very satisfied. The king constructed a nice temple. And regular service was executed. Gopala became very famous under the name of Sakshi Gopala, the witness of Gopala. Gopala became very famous under the name of Sakshi Gopala, the witness Gopala. Thus, Sakshi Gopala stayed in Vijayanagar and accepted service for a very long time. Later, there was a fight. It's not too long. Later, there was a fight.
Hey, keep going. Finish.
I continue? Yeah, okay. Later, there was a fight, and his country was conquered by King Purushottama Deva of Orissa. Later, there was a fight, and this country was conquered by King Purushottama Deva of Orissa. That king was victorious over the king of Vijayanagar. That king was victorious over the king of Vijayanagar. And he took possession of his throne. The Manikya Simhasana, which was bedecked with many jewels. And he took possession of his throne, the Manikya Simhasana, which was bedecked with many jewels. King Purushottama Deva was a great devotee and was advanced in the civilization of the Aryans. He begged at the lotus feet of Gopala, please come to my kingdom. When the king begged him to come to his kingdom, Gopala, who was already obliged for his devotional service, accepted his prayer. Well, I have to see if I'm clear on the understanding. So the new king, I understand, King Purushottama Deva, was a great devotee and was advanced in the civilization of the Aryans. He begged at the lotus feet of Gopala, please come to my kingdom. When the king begged him to come to his kingdom, Gopala, who was already obliged for his devotional service, accepted his prayer. Thus the king took the Gopala deity and went back to Katak. After winning the Manikya throne, King Purushottamadeva took it to Jagannath Puri and presented it to Lord Jagannath. In the meantime, he also established regular worship of the Gopala deity at Katak. When the Gopala deity was installed at Katak, the queen of Purushottamadeva went to see him. When the Gopala deity was installed in Katak, the queen of Purushottamadeva went to see him and, with great devotion, presented various kinds of ornaments. The queen had very valuable pearl. The queen had a very valuable pearl, which she wore on her nose, and she wished to give it to Gopal. She then began to think as follows: if there were a hole in the deity's nose, I could transfer the pearl to him. If there were a hole in the deity's nose, I could transfer the pearl to him. Considering this, the queen offered her obeisances to Gopala and returned to her palace. Considering this, the queen offered her obeisances to Gopala and returned to her palace. That night, she dreamed that Gopala appeared and began to speak to her as follows: during my childhood, my mother made a hole in my nose, and with great endeavor set a pearl there. During my childhood, my mother made a hole in my nose, and with great endeavor set a pearl there. That very hole is still there, and you can use it to set the pearl you desired to give me. After dreaming this, the queen explained it to her husband, the king. Both the king and the queen then went to the temple with the pearl. Seeing the hole in the nose of the deity, they set the pearl there, and being very pleased, held a great festival. Since then, Gopala has been situated in the city of Katak, and he has been known ever since as Sakshi Gopal. Since then, and he has been known ever since as Sakshi Gopal. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard the narration of Gopala's activities. Both he and his personal devotees became very pleased. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was sitting before the Gopala deity, all the devotees saw him and the deity as being of the same form. All the devotees saw him and the deity as being one of the same form. Wow. They were of the same complexion and both had gigantic bodies. They were of the same complexion and both had gigantic bodies. Both wore saffron cloth and both were very grave. The devotees saw that both Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Gopala were brilliantly effulgent and had eyes like lotuses. They were both absorbed in ecstasy, and both their faces resembled full moons. When Nityananda saw the Gopala deity and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in that way, he began to exchange remarks with the devotees, all of whom were smiling. Thus, with great pleasure, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu passed that night in the temple. After seeing the Mangala Arati ceremony in the morning, he started on his journey. After seeing the Mangala Arati ceremony in the morning, he started on his journey. In his book Chaitanya Bhagavat, Sri Vrindavan Das Thakur has very vividly described the places visited by the Lord on the way to Bhuvaneshwara. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Kamalapur, he took his bath in the Barginadi river and left his sannyas staff in the hands of Lord Nityananda. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived at Kamalapura, he took his bath in the Barginada river and left his sannyas staff in the hands of Lord Nityananda. When Lord Nityananda Mahaprabhu, when Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the temple of Lord Shiva, known as Kapoteshwara, Nityananda Prabhu, who was keeping his sannyasa staff in custody, broke the staff in 3 parts and threw it into the river Parginadi. Later, this river became known as Danda Banga Nadi. After seeing the temple of Jagannath from a distant place, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately became ecstatic. After seeing the temple of Jagannath from a distant place, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately became ecstatic. After offering obeisances to the temple, he began to dance in the ecstasy of love of God. All the devotees became ecstatic in the association of Lord Chaitanya, and thus absorbed in love of God. They were dancing and singing while going along the main roads. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu laughed, cried, danced, and made many ecstatic vibrations and sounds. Although the temple was only 6 miles away, to him the distance seemed thousands of miles. Thus walking and walking, the Lord eventually arrived at the place known as Atarnala. Arriving there, he expressed his external consciousness, speaking to Sri Nityananda Prabhu. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had thus regained external consciousness, he asked Lord Nityananda Prabhu, "Please return my staff." Nityananda Prabhu said, "When you fell down in ecstasy, I caught you, but both of us together fell upon the staff. Thus the staff broke under our weight. Thus the staff broke under our weight. Where the pieces have gone, I cannot say. This is certainly because of my offense that your staff was broken. Now you can punish me on this account as you think proper." After hearing the story about how his staff had been broken, the Lord expressed a little sadness and, displaying a bit of anger, he began to speak as follows. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "If you have all benefited me by bringing me to Nilachal, However, my only possession was that one staff, and you have not kept it. So all of you should go before or behind me to see Lord Jagannath. I shall not go with you. So all of you should go before or behind me to see Lord Jagannath. I shall not go with you. Mukunda Datta told Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, My Lord, you should go ahead and allow all the others to follow. We shall not go with you. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then began to walk very swiftly before all the other devotees. No one could understand the real purpose of the two lords, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu. The devotees could not understand why Nityananda Prabhu broke the staff, why Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu permitted him to do so, or why, after permitting him, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became angry. The pastime of the breaking of the staff is very deep. Only one whose devotion is fixed upon the lotus feet of the two lords can understand it. Only one whose devotion is fixed upon the lotus feet of the two lords can understand it. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna. Krishna. Hare The glories of Lord Gopal, who is merciful to Brahmanas. The glories of Lord Gopal, who is merciful to Brahmanas, are very great. The narration of Sakshi Gopal was spoken by Nityananda Prabhu and heard by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One who hears this narration of Lord Gopala with faith and love very soon attains the lotus feet of Lord Gopala. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath, always desiring their mercy, I Krishna Das narrate Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, following in their footsteps.
That was a great reading, man.
I forgot time.
Yeah, we should make videos of that. Like a podcast. And just a reading.
We can cut it. No, not cut.
Yeah. Okay, my friends. I think we'll stop here for a while, and somebody else can go live if they want, and or a few of you can go live and continue on. 24-hour kirtan. Yeah, I'm gonna catch some Z's here for a little bit. Okay, Hare Krishna. Thank you for reading there, Tom. It was excellent. And thank you guys for supporting and being there too. And thank you all the listeners here. We have 11 people watching still. It's great. So watch for the whoever else comes live here. I'm sure somebody will be inspired.
I want to give River a hug.
Yeah, River. Yeah, you deserve a hug. Lalita Ganga said, she wrote a message for her. Said, "You are very brave, Yamuna. You feel and get over and over again. You fall and you get up again and again, but never ever give up the Lord. You are here. You are here already. You are very example for the future." Exactly. So you'll see it all comes out for the best for everyone. Okay. Hare Krishna, everybody. I'll see you in a little bit.